language to build something that will be useful. Look at your family. Maybe you have a grandma, she gives a lot. Let's go beyond calling her on WhatsApp video call. Let's produce something for her that will help her. Let's look around. Maybe you have an uncle that needs help. Now we have a boy that was born with a deformed hand, not even a hand, of course, like 2 fingers and this long. That's all we have here. But there's an older boy, 24, who, for the love of robotics and prosthetics, would use Legos. You know Legos, to build a robotic hand for himself. And he will wear it. I think he made it from an helicopter toy that he when he was young. So he dismantled the toy and rearranged it and wear it on that small hand. Who knows Nick Vijusik? Someone like that. So this boy is all he had for his one arm is good, I think the other one is the short one, and he didn't have big legs. So they brought Legos. That other man brought Legos. It was not automatically different. They just arranged it, put it here, that shot, they put rubber band and across his body on his foot. So if he stretches that small foot, this will go, and then it will pick objects and release it, and then it process. And we have a project that we do, like I said, we have postcopy, robotics, 3D printing. Under the robotics section, so we have robotics, like postcopy, like 3D printing, like that. And we have a partner in Dan Rossi. And the same those kids that we used to train new people. When the car is moving, you can sense and also its touch. Even the touch and bottom moves, it stands together. So all these sensors are switches, sometimes just on and off. So you on it, it gives sound. You on it, it gives light. You on it, it senses and also coherence and voices. So this is very possible. I know many people are doing it, like we have the rain man is there. They are training people. We have many people across Nigeria. So this network that has been formed now is to bring all of us together. It's not competition. It's what can we do to salvage the situation in our country. Oh, I'm in my corner and doing my own. It's not enough. Standing in your corner and doing your own may not be enough. But let us form this collaboration, this partnership we are talking about, and deliver products that will move our country forward. So maybe since we have started on that side, but the likelihood is still as much to see our current patron. I will want to hand the mic over to Princess. So give us our own comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Princess Wampo. I teach petroleum engineering, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. I'm happy to be here. What's very important for me is that learning is a very important part of my life. I like to learn new things. When I heard about this movement or this network, I was excited about it. And I want all of us to get to know that what keeps us alive is a quest for knowledge. What we're talking about today, incidentally, is what all of us can learn. It doesn't matter at what age we are, what sex you are, what tribe you are. We can all learn, even at any age, to say, this thing we're talking about is important. I want to be part of this network. I want to be able to do something that is beyond me, something I can be proud of, that I can be part of this team. And for the young people here, I want to tell you what's very important about learning is that you have a good head on your neck. Luckily, as we are all here, you have your brain in your head. That's all you need. It's good enough. Thank God there's something about oh, I'm not black enough, or I'm not fair enough, or I'm not tall enough, I should have been able to learn. No. Once you have a head, you can learn anything, and you can do anything, and you can be what you want to be. And I would advise that you should never do anything that will compromise your ability to learn. What that means is that you should never use abusive substances like drugs or alcohol, or you see people go to the corners to try cigarettes and you want to try it, you don't know what it is, they're smoking. You must be good students. You must preserve your brain. That head on your head, you will need it to do a whole lot to earn good living. You don't want to try alcohol. They'll tell you it's 2% alcohol. No, maybe it's 20. Maybe it's 75, maybe it's 100. And when you try a C, some of them are very addictive. So you try with 1%, you become addicted to it. Next time others are in class, you are behind the classroom looking for it. And only when you have a good head can you pass your exams. Can you do artificial intelligence and get it right? Can you think of building a car, building a rocket, getting out of space and coming back alive? All of these are all you are able to do if you maintain a good head. So try not to do anything that will disrupt the functionality of your head. No alcohol, no drugs, no cigarettes, no bad habits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. We move to our executives from the Ministry of Education, Technology, Science and Technology. All right. Let's start.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, I want to thank everybody here for being here today. Particularly when Prof was talking the other time, he challenged the Ministry of Education on some aspects. And that's exactly where I want to speak. Many non-members of the organization have been writing have been writing to the ministry to visit us, start a project on robotics in some of our schools. We have not denied any one of them. And so in some of our schools in your state now, we have robotics projects. When we get feedback from all the schools, the government will do the next thing to do. And also that all the children from our schools in this neighborhood are here this morning. We have to say, when you value something and I mean what will be used, that thing is shown that. So these robotic projects all over the world, we will project that will encourage the world. And it's meant to develop or to bring development to our society and the nation at large. Although states in the special states will not be left behind to ensure that these robotic projects cut across all our schools in the state. We are here this morning in fact, we are hard at us here this morning, and it should be getting back to the ministry. Things that will be of help to the state, we are ready to increase. When Paul was the other time, he said he's not happy with the state being the number 11 from our results. And said, I'm going to be pleased when we are the number 1. Though we are improving the road, it was already somewhere behind, and we are moving forward. But with the help of this robotic project, if we can implement the very no, I think even we cannot get to number one, we can get between the fourth or third. Number one. We are moving that one. And we hope that we are going to be there sometime. So, I want to encourage all of us here this afternoon, after the children, to please and please listen with rapt attention and to contribute meaningfully to whatever I going to discuss here today, so that we go back to school and we will make impact even in improving the level of education in other states. We are here, we are also here. You play your own part, we are going to play our own part, so that at the end of the day, we are going to make that desire, and we are going to have that desire there after. And I pray God help us in Jesus' name. Thank you, Lord. God bless you. All right, I'm Mr. Olatunji Ogunji from Ministry of Education. Let's start together. Thank you very much. Before we go to the next contributor, please, I have a player to invite to the lecture table. Professor Mrs. Oyedemi Arulodi, the Director of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Please clap your hands, clap your hands, clap your hands. If you are a girl child and you are proud of Professor, clap your hands. If you are a boy child and you are proud of her, clap your hands. We are very delighted to have you with us. Yes, I will promise you, we keep balancing the gen. Yes, ma'am. It is here, ma'am. You're welcome, ma'am. We are delighted to have you with us. Okay, so we want the next contributor to speak to us. He will tell us his name. He's also from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. We are so blessed that they are here, and definitely our students will be assured to begin to see results rising from this conference. There are many call for action. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. I'm Mr. Adil Kui from Ministry of Education, Plan and Statistics Departments. Now, I want to say that I'm happy to be here to do. You know, we continue to learn every day, but we continue to learn since that. Now, see, when we listen to that director, that doctor from Malaysia, when he was talking the other time, I understand that we have numerous problems. And these numerous problems can be solved using different approaches. One of these methods that we can solve parts of our problem is this robotic engineering. I'm so pleased to be here today to learn one thing or the other. I remember 2005 when we are here for a seminar workshop, girls' child's education there. There was one professor then, Professor Ryan. He said that science is a journey toward discovery of knowledge which can be used to solve one problem. He now related with engineering or technology. He said that when you have knowledge, somebody may be knowledgeable and may not be wise. When you have knowledge and you used to use it to solve your problem, that's why you are not wise. So now we have technology. Technology just the application of knowledge you gain from science to solve your problem. Now this robotic, I think, is also part of technology. We have used science and development from science to build some structures that can be used to solve the problem. At least when those two things, AI, and something, they design how you can monitor your plants using robotics, and how you can use robotics to try to really pass from the rice farm. I was so impressed. See, those are the things we have to embrace. If this country is properly embraced, a lot of problems which we believe that it's only the graduate that can solve them can be solved by even the primary school students. And I believe if the student here, present here today, can listen attentively and determine to be an effector. You can effect what you can even use to help your society develop. And I want to thank the organizers, but the only thing that you should have invited more students from different schools. All of them will be here. You know, I always see some literature. If you have five, many of them were friends. All of them will have. So, okay, that's good. So many of them see something that pique interest and then start and determine to develop what they are to help society. Don't help us resources.
Let's get our action together. So we go to the next panelist who will just give us our views and give us more words. And that is Mrs. Adenu Cecilia from Linus Professional Institute, Innovation Hub here on UI campus. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you so much, sir. All protocols of stuff, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. Milo, when I first saw the flyers, I was impressed when I saw the robotics. Because my own area of research so far being on AI and robotics. Okay. Let me start from when I was in the nursery school, they used to bring the computer to my school. All we do on that computer is simply games. So I'm so curious that it's simply game that we can use computer to do. That's where my whole interest in AI or in computing actually started from. So you are also in school. You may not be coding, you may not be designing, but you want to. This is one thing I used to do, discover yourself. Discover area where you will find yourself. Your own may be in coding, your own will be in networking, your own will be in research. So as you have, I thank you for the network that started today, which can be organized. Different languages will be taught, different things will be done in the bottom. So as a student in school, learn have the mind to do something that we are trying to do big ideas, innovate things. That's what is going to solve our nation, Nigeria, our economy. Our idea that what can solve a problem. Let's do something, let's do prototype that can solve it. And how can we start this from here? And thank God that's what they are doing crash young now. Let's teach how to code, let's learn things. So out behind there, whatever you dream of, you can achieve it. That's what I want to tell you. Anything you dream of, if you go from where you're in school, you can achieve it. And thank God ministers that are supporting, or state is supporting us, they are creating platform. I just want you to explore the platform that will be created today. At least the moment that we started. Explore it, have your ideas, think your ideas. People are here to support you. Just think about it. Don't only imagine there is only white kids that can do it. We are black Americans too. We black people, we can also create something. We can also create something. So once you can see the idea, you can attain it with the limited resources we people have. We can still do something meaningful that can actually affect our economy. Thank you.
People's hands together. Someone said, we don't achieve anything by putting your ideas in your head. You have to put your hands to work. So ideas are coming to us as we are sitting here. Please, let's be ready to put our hands to work, rising from this conference. I have the pleasure to hand the mic over to Professor Mrs. Wade. I will give us some words.
Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me here. Thank you, sirs, from the ministry for supporting us. When Prof said, Mr. Fulani said he was not happy with Oyo State not being #1, and my mind just went back to one of our students in UI.
just graduated from engineering. He developed a software for helping students pass their life. He's making waves. He won the last year's National Enterprise Competition, flagging the banner of the University of Ibadan. His name is Precious Ishana. He has deployed that software to Ghana, West African countries, and here in Ibadan, where he developed it for Faculty of Technology, University of Ibadan, Oyo State is not aware. Now, I'm saying that to buttress what has been said, that there is a gap between the academia and the industry. We have a hold in our hands in the University of Ibadan, but the state was not aware. So I'm going to give this contact to Olaki so that I can share this contact with you so that I can talk to you. Our students too can benefit from that. Those are one of the ways we can work together to ensure that your state is truly anti-social on land. Yeah, I want to congratulate our young ones here for being part of this. I just have one or two things extra to say to what has been said. If you have a sound mind and a sound head on your shoulder, ideas will come to you. What I encourage people to do is to have a small jotter in their hands, in their pockets, because ideas will just fly. And if you don't write it down, you may never get it again. So young ones, please have a small jotter in your pockets. Those ideas, after listening and participating this week, ideas will come to you. As it comes, please write it down. That is the beginning of greater things. If you don't write it down, you will forget. So it's important that you have that, write it down. Also, don't ever give up. I read many things about young people designing things, but nobody supporting them. And recently, it was the students who put together aircraft, and they flew the aircraft, and I said, this is wow. And each of them was coming to say, I built this part of it. I built the fuselage. This is how I did it. And so you can't do it alone. You need to work together with your colleagues. An idea comes to you. Once this movement starts, you discover that you just bond together greater than you are doing right now. So you work minds. Share ideas. So please have a small jotter with you that you carry around all the time. And don't ever think that an idea is useless. Nigeria is very rich. And somebody said that Nigeria's streets are full of gold, but we Nigerians cannot see it. When we talk about great people today, it's because they saw a need and they fill the gap. All we're encouraging you to do this week is that don't just walk around with your eyes closed. When I mean your eyes closed, I'm not literally saying close your eyes, but there are opportunities around you that you need to make use of. Because the whole essence of becoming a great person is that you are adding value to something. As students look around your school, there is a need that your AI skill can fill. And so from today, as you step out, even sitting in this hall, there are many needs that you can meet. And it's going to be named after you. All the great people we are talking about is because they identified the need and they solved that need, and all of us are using their innovation
Those who made counting machines that our mommies are using at home, they discovered that women are now becoming more active in the office. So before they come and be here, and pound here, and sweating, let's give them counting machine. All of us, somebody saw that need. And so there are needs around us that your AI knowledge can fill. So I'm leaving you with two things. One, always have a doctor around you so that when those ideas drop, you will try. Two, always walk around looking at needs around people. It is when you meet the needs that you make the money. When you start making the money, then everybody will follow you because you have started making money. But you can make your own money. We talked about the face mask. Those who first of all saw the need for all of us to use face mask, they made a lot of money. They were one mask was selling like 5,000 naira, one mask. Then when everybody saw it, then the price dropped to 50 naira. But imagine the person had made a lot of money. So please go around identifying the opportunities, the gaps that you can fill with your ideas. All of us will, and in the years to come, I'm sure Dr. Laide will be proud to say we started with this ones, and here we are. Thank you very much.
For your words. How many of you want to win competitions? No friends? You want to win competitions? On this side, you want to win competitions. It doesn't take too long to learn easy coding. The next session we'll show you a demonstration. Maybe you have seen before, but I can bet with you that certain things you have not seen before that you see when we do the next session. That will be taken by solution. Okay. Every school wants to recognize the person that led them, who brought them here, and then you can introduce the schools. Let's start from here. Who led this school to the event? Over to you, Mark. Tell us your name and the school.
Thank you very much. I'm from Emmanuel Grammar School, you are. My name is Mrs. Penny.
Let's dance together.
So we are getting from Cincinnati. Yeah, we are learning.
Let's dance.
Thank you for coming. So we have three schools. We are in vanguards. Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Those three schools will be invited to our booth in October. Please log in your details with us. There will be a competition. I don't want to take the details. We have three. So start thinking of what we're going to do when you come to the boot camp. But the boot camp is supposed to give you the binary information about code to do. Then we subject to critical thinking. You have to think of an idea or a solution to a problem you are currently observing in society, and we'll run through the competition and the winner to the mark, things like that. And we'll be giving an award. I will hope our current patron can design their wall. So start thinking now. Let's see what will happen. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's a minute of hearing a little bit of corridor, and I like the other schools that will be joining in the competition. So get your thinking hats on, activate your mind, and identify a problem that you wish to solve. So that brings us to the end of this session. We give room for the people on the high table to go. We have a break for like 10, 15 minutes. Let's use the opportunity to stretch our legs, sip some water, eat ourselves, get more comfortable. And then we will come back again and have the drone demo and several other important and interesting things about AI and what is like great. Let's put our hands together. I have enjoyed this session. Put your hands together. Thank you. See you in 15 minutes.
Who thought that teenagers who knew nothing about aviation could build a plane and it could be perfectly safe, and it is going to fly from Cape Town to Cairo? I'm Agnes Kamokhetsi Siamela, and I built the beautiful wings on this plane, and I also built the center fuselage, and I also built the horizontal and the vertical stabilizer.
First they thought that the plane won't fly, it's just a model. My name is Resoko Moroka and I'm 18 years old, and I built the central fuselage, which is known as the cockpit. It's over here.
My name is Lesego Mahlodi Ngwasheng. I am 16 years old. So this part that sticks up is what I was actually building. Because we live in a society that's so stereotypical, especially when it comes to teenagers, a lot of people were actually shocked, like, what are they doing? This was just a dream. It was going to fail.
It took us 10 days to build this plane. It was very difficult because you had to read from engineering manuals, and you need to have a 3D type of brain to be able to see what you're doing.
Building this airplane was not an easy task at all. It came with a lot of challenges, mostly because it was the first time holding, some of the tools that we were using to build this airplane.
The challenges that I faced was teamwork, but then I learned that if I can change my point of view, my own perspective, I can work in a team.
So we're going to be flying this plane from Cape Town to Cairo. So we're going to be flying that tens and thousands of kilometers. I don't even know how much it is.
I've always wanted to become a commercial pilot, but this project has helped me realize that there are other things in aviation besides just flying an airplane.
I would like to tell my peers and youth and everyone, if we can build a plane, you can build a spaceship. You can do whatever you want to do.
Have you ever seen plants grow like this? There's no need for soil or even hydroponic tanks. These roots are just dangling in hollow tubes. Aeroponic farming is a process by which plants are able to absorb nutrients using only water and open air. And this surprising approach can save huge amounts of water and space compared to traditional farming practices, allow crops to grow in areas lacking resources or arable land, and even create more nutrient-dense produce. To learn more about this exciting field, BuzzFeed News reached out to Agrotonomy Tower Farms to get the inside scoop on vertical farming.
With aeroponics, the roots are hanging in the air. There is a reservoir at the base, which is filled with water and nutrients. There is a little pump inside that reservoir, which basically helps the water to go all the way on top of the tower, and then it drizzles down back onto the roots on its way back down, so the water goes back in the reservoir. The roots that are hanging in the air, they have 100% availability of oxygen. So it changes the whole paradigm of farming, because instead of us giving the right amount of nutrients to each plant. It's each plant that decides how much nutrients they need, because they have enough oxygen for that to be a reality. Big perk of this technology is that it's extremely versatile. We can do it outdoors, we can have them inside the greenhouse, or we can even have them indoors just only with LED lights. It doesn't matter that your climate is like this, doesn't matter the soil is being deprived from nutrients or that you don't have water. We can produce right on the spot. Before I did this, I had an organic farm between California and Hawaii for 29 years. But in today's climate conditions, it doesn't matter how good you are. That's one of the reasons why I exceeded conventional farming, because the last year I was involved in farming 1 week of extreme heat, just 1 week in February, and we lost just 82% of our strawberry production. The concept of a green thumb doesn't exist with this technology. We have a non-profit organization where we also set up this type of systems for orphanages. I cannot go to an orphanage and give them a piece of land and a tractor and tell them, and here are a few seeds, go grow some food, because it's a profession. But a tower farm, I can go anywhere around the world. I can set it up overnight. I can train people that have absolutely no experience in farming, zero. Within a couple days, I know that they have food for the year to come.
Have you ever seen plants grow like this? There's no need for soil or even hydroponic tanks. These roots are just dangling in hollow tubes. Aeroponic farming is a process by which plants are able to absorb nutrients using only water and open air. And this surprising approach can save huge amounts of water.
You will do as I do. Okay? You do as I do. I call this program Tai Chi and Qigong for slow body movement and enhancing health and vitality. So breathe in slowly and breathe out as slowly as you can. Okay? All right. Take your hands in front of you. Spread it out as we breathe in. Take it up. Breathe in. Slowly breathe in. Palms facing up. Breathe in. Take the palms. Breathe out. No rushing. Breathe out. No rushing. Breathe out. No rushing. Long breath. Again, breathe in. Now sit with it. Sit. Start rising as you breathe out. Start rising as you breathe out. Let's sit with you. In the middle, start breathe out. Breathe in. And right, breathe out. Okay. Let's sit down. Really more from where state. I was just saying someone that there's a conclusion going on the quality of the program national level. Arts in health. So we are bringing art into that, as we are bringing art into science. The chairman of our very mentioned something about 2012. Already put 15 sensors in plots. I attended a conference by additive manufacturing, women in manufacturing, and the lady from art background. That's what she went to the university to study. She went to study fashion design using AI and robotics. So every piece they hear is something designed for things that are recording. No, I've seen that in the one. The glasses, it's not ordinary. The cloth, every jewel, handmade, handwoven, everything. Graphene nanofibers was used as the thread. The cloth sets a piece of art. Because we call it temperature, we call it heartbeat, we call it every vital. And this is where the world is going now. All right, so welcome back. I want to say that the RAIN, Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria, they are here, and they have brought this many things here to honor this conference, to honor us in this conference, and to store us on and open our eyes to the things that we can do with artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and robotics. So they will show us a demo, they will show us how to manage the space, what you can achieve with all of these things. The question was the other time about cyber security, about several other things against terrorism and all. Do you wonder what happens to the movie when there is a robbery back, for example, and the robbers are breaking away with the money? And the next thing you just hear, you see it's some police cars, vehicles running after them, the next thing you get, and they are not the government. But in Nigeria, we also have rapid alert. Let's say, for our rapid response is rapid response. But can we make it better? Can we make it more rapid? Can we use AI to make it more rapid? Can we make it rapid response for our firefighters? When something is happening, maybe a building collapse, a building is burning, and they can respond fast. Not that we have excuses why we cannot get to the place on time. Sometimes the way you get to know quickly, and then response time is very, very slow. But we can use AI. Can we improve our traffic system using AI, Internet of Things and robotics? Can we manage our traffic lights, everyday traffic, and transportation-based things? Can we manage them better? If you are a shop owner and you arrange your items more perfectly, you want a planning robot. Apply all the things you put there and take each item, take them to where it is, carry the boxes and arrange them as they should be. Or you are running a pharmacy shop and you need some help. So they will speak more as they demonstrate to us. I remember one time my late uncle was working with Odua investment, one in America. And they brought some Indian doctors who brought prosthetics, like around 1993, 96, thereabout. And you know that kind of prosthetics, they did 3D printing actually, it's plastic. And they gave to people who have problems with their limbs. You know, some people have diabetes, ulcer, diabetic foot ulcer, they have to cut off the leg. So there are men who they have to wear something that looks like a tie, but it's plastic. Then they will not wear the other one that looks like the femur. But the limitation those years was that it is straight. It cannot be folded. It is straight. They cannot bend it. Later on, they started having ones that can bend. But even now, we have ones that the fingers can move because it's still crossed up with the light part that still remains. So those things are there. They can grasp. And I remember those years, we used one of the things that's supposed to be a tie. We were using it to do it from Tonga to well. So we walked it and we go to the French side of the well to fetch water. And it was meant to be a prosthetic tie. But now we have wires that can connect and can have arms. They use a lot in the military. But now it is something that is like an open science, open source for us to also participate. And not just be seeing them do this. Let me know when you are ready. All right, so there are a lot of things you can build and do innovation using science, technology, robotics, education, engineering, arts, agriculture, math, medicine, and a lot more. I put something down here. We can talk about it.
I'm ready.
Okay, you are ready. Very, very, very thank you. So, thank you.
I know what it feels like when you are MC and that's just the background. Okay, for something else to say. I've been there, sorry about that. Okay, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, young ones, our future leaders, and everyone here, online, virtually, physically. It's the only time, the only chance we have to, and so, my name is Dr. Ushua, and I don't want to bore you, okay, because when it comes to robotics, you have to have a passion for it. It's not about la crème, la poor. There is no one way in or out. But if you have a passion, you can excel. Now, the problem is this. We are in a country that has so many challenges, and we all want to run away. So who's going to solve the problem? And unless we agree there is no place like home, then we will sit down and look for the problem. Because I always say something. You see, when things don't go right, some people complain. But when you complain, that means you come plain-handed. So I don't want to come plain-handed. I want to come with a plan. Because when I solve that problem and they are done complaining, they will come to me and pay for the solution. And so, for us in Africa, in Nigeria, we are lucky to have many problems. Yes, because in all of these problems lie opportunities. And that is something that we must appreciate. And that's why I came back to Nigeria, because I don't want to be that person in America, UK, solving problems that are not real problems. We see what they complain about in those countries. Somebody's complaining that minimum wage, they're complaining, but when we look at it like, I would rather go there and do that job. Here we have real problems. When you solve them, you make an impact. The faces on the poor woman in the village who had no power supply, and then you finally got some method of generating energy from the sun. That is very, very priceless. Isn't that the kind of problem you want to solve? Isn't that the kind of problem that the wife would rather put on hand to solve? Okay, and so how do we solve our problems without education? You all know that the best way to hide things from the black man, as people say, is where in the books. And that's a big challenge for me in the UK, because whenever I enter a new building or somewhere in the airport, I'm like, please, where am I to get this? They say, can't you see the sign there? It says, turn to the right. Oh, sorry. We are used to asking questions, not checking, not reading. Okay, that's okay. The world is changing. In front of us today, I feel items to ignite a kind of passion to want to become a robotics expert or an AI expert. I'll be showing you some computer vision solutions. I'll be showing you some solutions in smart home technology that allow you to control the home from anywhere in the world. I will show you some solutions for security, some solutions for logistics, and of course, health related as well. So many different things. I can't bring the whole way to this, but I could have done that if it was possible. But maybe in the future, when we have something that allows us to do a kind of time travel, where you always on globals and you see yourself in the lab as rain, and I'll be there showing you some of the things. That's a good project. So let me start. I told Stephen to set up the computer vision project. I don't know what the other is. But let me start with one problem we all can agree is a challenge in this country. We are in a state of war, believe it or not. In the Boko Haram crisis that has taken over the country, we have soldiers that have to go to the war front, not knowing the fate that may befall them in a few months or years. The Boko Haram war has been on since 2009. or 11 or so. So, many people have gone to the work and come back without an arm or without legs or something like that. So there has to be some sort of prosthetics for them. Prosthetics are very expensive. They cost about 150,000 naira for the ones that are not active. The ones that some sculptors will just make that will look like an arm, just attach it to their elbow and to their shoulder, and it looks like they have an arm, but they can't use it. But the active limbs, the prosthetics that are actually active and can be controlled, are made of robotics-related solutions, and those ones go for like 1.5 million. And believe it or not many can afford 1.5 million. So for us at Green, how can we do the cost-effective prosthetic arm, bionic arm for people in need? And here in front of us is an example of that. See, okay, prosthetic arm to the laptop. We only need parts of that, so it's 5 volts to get it running. 5 volts is all we need. You can get 5 volts from your battery, the power bank. You can get 5 volts from your computer USB ports. You can get 5 volts from your power adapter or charging your laptop. Now, this here is a human-sized arm built by one of our trainees, and this is made of 3D body parts. Okay, we were told to get a jotter and 3D printing. Now, let's talk about the skills to learn, but there is just something made of 3D prints. This here is a glove, but inside the glove are 3D printed parts. 3D print, okay? Very cheap. You can buy your own 3D printer for 70,000 naira. Buy your rest, APS or whatever kind of filament you want to use, and you can 3D print anything you want to print at home if you know how to design. So when in your school they teach you technical drawing, people already know the shape how to design screwdrivers or screws and bolts and nuts. But think about the things that we cannot get in the market that we might want to have. You can design it by yourself and print. 3D printing has gone so far now that even medically, when someone needs a particular part of the bone, skeletal part of the bone, and which package you want to do, is it OG? Or is it very good to go and say, I'm looking for tibia or fibula? I don't know. I don't like technology. All those things you have to grab to draw on yourself. Now, you can't buy them, but you can look online for the 3D design and then just print it out in a 3D printer. There are different qualities of filament. If you want it to last longer in a modern environment or in a wet environment, you just need to know what amount of resolution to print it to, and they can do the same job as the skeletal bone that was missing. So everyone should have a 3D printer, because there will be a time to make something and you go to the market and you say, no, just go and print this at home. We only sell the 3D design. Imagine you want to buy mobile phone, and something will only keep the battery and the screen. Go and print the case at home, cheaper that phone. Of course, it's getting there. But that's a solution to 3D print that can be used. What is this waiting for? I'll tell you. Is it enough to have an arm that can open and close the fingers to the palm? It's not enough. There has to be communication, right, from the brain of the user to be able to command the state when he wants to open or close. Now, that is where artificial intelligence comes in. Right now, this is a robot. Because with remote control, we can get it to open the app, close it, give me a peace sign or whatever. But for it to be able to know when to do what, it needs to have some sort of AI code written for it. Right now, globally, that is still a challenge. Many countries are still looking for what code would give the best interpretation of what's going on in the head. But you need to have electrodes on the scalp all around, extract the data from the electrodes, and of course, the electrodes tell you the current in the brain. And scientifically, there is a link between everything you are thinking about and the currents running through or around your scalp. So the question now is, will you be the one to buy an electrode and a bit of microcontrollers and then convert signals from somebody's brain? If you haven't known your husband, that's a trick. I think you have to make it around. And then run it through a machine learning algorithm to see if whenever this person wants to stand up, there is a pattern that I've noticed. Okay, if you have found that, you are already going to be the Guinness Book of Records. But unfortunately, you need more and more data, isn't it? Of people that use their brain when they want to stand up, you are not standing and say, let me know where to stand up. So you have to move with friends that think. So that's the only thing now, collecting that data. All right. For health-related problems. Now, AI is useful in health problems beyond just physical printing and all of that. We have some medical illnesses that are so, difficult to detect. I remember some time ago in the UK when I was there, I'm sorry to my family from there, I spent about 7 years there, in Nigeria, Syria and all that, before I came back. But hey, people reported that the doctor said they had breast cancer, and they thought they had breast cancer. They started paying for treatments. Until after about 10 years, then the laboratory came out to say they noticed that their system was called zero. Most of the people that they said had they did not really have. Then the matter, our problem, I don't think we will have other serious issues that don't take us. We just give up on so many things. But then you have to take them to court. For the emotional damage, the financial damage, and all of that. And so therefore, the things we think are perfect are actually not yet perfect. Because it's a not scientific theories. Or unless you can use data to predict. So what we call machine learning is when we use data to decide whether the answer is yes or no. And so in health, we use it to detect many diseases. Okay? And then you can have a whole career in medical fields just by being a coding expert, a programmer, a data analyst, a data scientist. Away from health is what affects us very daily, and that is food. I know many of you don't understand what I mean by hunger, right? I mean, you are eating, you can't do that. I don't know what that means, right? I just say it. Okay, on a serious note, food security is a big challenge. Globally, there is this global warming and everything. So, how do we apply robotics, automation, and so on to make sure that we don't run out of food? Because before you know it, we may run out of most of the things we think are perennial or seasonal. The federal government of Nigeria has, however you relate them, approached brain and said to us, build some smart IoT devices. So we built some of this for the federal government. Now, this has antennas, it has a power supply, ports there. It has a hole there for sensors, and it has the other outlets for whatever we want to use it for. And let's say what we use it for. I know these things are referring on Twitter, on the Twitter page of NITDA. NITDA is the National Information Technology and Development Agency of Nigeria. We went to 2 states, Ogun State and Jigawa State, to deploy these things. And the government recruited altogether 200 smart farmers with the belief that they will deploy smart farming solutions. Now, what are smart farming solutions? If you have a farm, irrigation is necessary, but you also need to know the requirements. If it's maize, how much of moisture is sufficient? If it is cassava, if it is yam, if it is cocoyam, and so on. So there is going to be a sensor that will planted into the soil that can reach moisture level of the soil. That sensor will be connected to this box on the farm. This box will be powered by a solar system. And also, there will be a water supply, maybe a tank, and of course, a pumping machine that will be connected to sprinklers. Those who are involved in agriculture might already know what kind of sprinklers, overhead sprinklers, or drip irrigation if you want to use that. But the job of this device is to determine whether the moisture is low enough for it to turn on the sprinkling. And if it's high enough, stop the sprinkling. So that even when you go to bed, you are sure that the moisture content of your soil is appropriate for what you want to plant. Now, this has been implemented. So if you ask, what kind of solution is this? It's Internet of Things. Because from anywhere in their homes, they can check on their phone and see the level of moisture. They can decide not to wait for the automatic sprinkling. They might just feel like, well, let me just irrigate the farm now because I'm thinking it might be very soon tomorrow. They can do that themselves. And so on and so forth. What skills do you need to build this kind of solution? Number one, this comes under Internet of Things. Internet of Things is when you are able to link an item to the internet. And then, of course, we also have app development. Somebody must build the app that the farmers will use. In app development, you have two branches: front-end development and back-end development. Front-end is the fact that you actually type on your phone and something is happening. Back-end is who is receiving all these things you are typing on your phone. Which database is collecting that information? So someone is utilizing back-end. When a hacker wants to destroy something, they hack the back-end. When they hack the back-end, the website will not load because what is supposed to fetch from database is no longer there. So these are the things we will need. And this is a solution, not just for the farms, but even for the poultry. For example, we did this same solution for those who are poultry. There is a particular temperature that must keep the bird when they are just 1 month or less old. 35 degrees. And with a temperature sensor, we can do that. Okay, I think I said something before. Make the moisture sensor at the beginning. Moisture sensor for the level of water, temperature sensor for the level of heat or temperature in the poultry. Now, guess the funny thing that happened earlier when this was starting. The government reached out to us and said, can we see a demonstration of your Internet of Things solution? They were in Abuja. So I said, yes. On Wednesday, we'll have a meeting by 1 o'clock. Then, 15 minutes to 1 o'clock, they called and said, so how are we going to do it? Because you have to put the camera of your phone away so that we can see everything to be sure that nobody is manually turning on the pump. We want to be sure that it was when you tap your phone that the pump came on. I said, that one is not Internet of Things now. Don't worry. I will send you the link. From Abuja, you will be the one to worry. So, is it possible? Is it possible? You are that. You're supposed to know it's possible. And what does that tell you? It tells you that some skills you are learning today, you might think, nobody needs it. Guess what? The whole country needs it. The skills you learn, no matter how trivial you think they are, these are skills that can fetch you a living forever. Because many still don't believe that possible. I just switched on the fan from my phone. Okay? Maybe you switch on the light. You did your you switch on the light. Switch on the blender. Somebody has opened it now. You want to do that? Okay. Switch on the light. And switch off the fan. Thank you. Thank you. Can any feature be done in this? Do you want to try? Who wants to try? Okay, maybe the name and the food. Okay, middle. The middle first. Switch on the front. Okay, now switch on the lights. You see lights there. Ah, good, good. Back on them, please. Now, we're able to do this because there's a router here. We are creating a local area network. The wider local area network, the farther I am from this home. Why do you need to expand the wideness of your local area network? When the internet is all over the world. At Ready, we have a server. The ISP providers are giving us our IP address. So from anywhere in the world, I can control any home that subscribes to our own smart home technology by having a smart home, by having a server at Ready. The same things we go out and look for on Amazon Web Services, cloud services can be done here if you learn back-end development. You understand? If the part has not taken, I don't know what you're doing. All these youths are together. In the olden days, was there password? Now, I want to show you something a bit extra. What they wanted us to do. Still with the same technology. Let's assume I am using internet service now, so I can get anyone in the world. So let me cause the right to move forward. He was scared. Don't worry, robots will not take a while. Not yet. But maybe we should ask some questions. So that maybe I'm moving forward backwards and right. Let me see my friends around. Hello, what is your name? Sorry, I need to speak to the robots directly. What is your name?
Henry.
Okay, looks like this microphone. Is that the microphone?
So why is that microphone? Is that a microphone?
So we are using the Bluetooth speaker for the very. Hello, what is your name? What is your name? What is your name?
Henry. I'm not hearing. May I know your please?
My name is Dr. Olu. Yes.
Excuse me a minute. The founder of AIM.
Whatever. So how do you work?
Can work anywhere. In fact, right now, I am supporting you, sir. I can a news reporter, a custom care attendant. Just imagine, I can control your home for you, or your car. I can drive. You know that, right?
Move forward. Stop. Stop. Backwards. Stop. Stop. No. Stop. Okay. Now there's a problem. Now the problem. Stop. Okay. Robots have to take over and destroy. Now, see. So the problem we are having is this. Access. Because the model I'm using was not used by a Nigerian, and they used their own accent to trainings. But something is going to happen very soon. You know why? They are using people's data, your phone call data, to train their system. And they have opened up, they're like, data protection, please. Do not use my data without my permission. So very soon now, it's only going to be countries where you have data protection laws that will use it to train workers. So at the point where only Nigerians can control the world. So when you go somewhere, you know, it's not okay. Remember, it's sorry, because of the change of okay, now, let's get on the revolution. So, what is artificial intelligence?
AI is the simulation of human intelligence processes with machines, especially computer systems. Specific applications of AI include expert systems, natural language processing, speech recognition, and machine vision.
How's a bit complicated? Can you break it down, please?
Okay, let's just say that AI is the art of programming a computer to mimic a human brain. Do you get?
No, stop it.
Seriously?
I'm serious.
Sir, I do not have time for this.
It's complicated.
Okay. If you think this is complicated, then what you need is not artificial intelligence, but you need common sense, sir.
All right.
So when a computer program is able to consider facts and then make informed decisions based on facts, and can adjust its decision based on updated history, then yes. We've got AI right there.
Okay.
Is that clear now, sir?
Yes, ma'am. All right. I don't get things very, we've always been in that chorus. You know, it's not easy when you create something that has been happening, so not yet though. Let me talk about what is on the table. On the table is what we call the carbon emission police. I don't need to break it down further. We all know that carbon emission must be controlled. Greenhouse effects.
Let's just say that AI is art of programming. Do you get? Seriously? Sir, I do not have time for this. Okay.
This project here, let me talk about it. It's very unique. Globally, we know that carbon emission must be studied, must be controlled. But there is something else it's doing. It's like using one stone to kill two birds. Now, first of all, there is a need to understand how much carbon we are emitting, so we can tax or we can control and make sure companies don't abuse that. But then the second thing is this: I talked about something. In places where carbon emission is high, there must be some human activity going on there. Because in the forested areas or in forest reserves, the amount of oxygen is so high, we call it an oxygenated environment. But the amount of carbon dioxide is zero. The amount of carbon dioxide is not zero because plants breathe what is air, right? So they have survival. And human is breathe out carbon dioxide. But if you have Okada in that forest, or you have someone frying a car, or you have someone building a home, or you have someone cooking or something like that, there must be carbon monoxide. And that means that if you fly a drone above a forested area, like Sabisa Forest, then we can detect where the carbon emission is the highest. Whatever is the highest is where I think you know this I'm putting myself. I don't want to say one thing now. I'm about to say another thing I'm supposed to say. But all I know is this: we cannot continue to say we don't know where or where is. You understand? Filling the gap, you all English account, you don't have business to say that. If you get the correct answer, you will not be yourself. But with this solution, we can do that. And therefore, whether it's in the Ondo forest, or the Sambisa forest, or in the militant region, we should be able to cope our entire country with several of these to know where human activities are. But we cannot continue to deliver IEDs. IEDs cannot just be cooked with leaves. There has to be some amount of. Anyway, I'm not an expert, so I can't really say. But there must be some amount of human activity, power generation, and so on and so on. So that, for me, was one thing. But then we also put a camera underneath for what we call, is your laptop is connected? Is it connected? Okay, good. I'm happy to we now put a camera underneath that can help us detect the presence of human beings, even when the drone is flying high up in the sky. You understand? But to demonstrate that possibility, we have a design solution on the screen. That was written in Python programming. Now, what you are seeing there is the camera is looking at us right now, right? Where's the camera? On the okay. So this camera here has identified me as 0.74%, 74% human being. I bet that's because I am watching my weight. So some people have scored 90% human beings, some have scored 35%. What you know there? And you have this, you also have it done for where it's over the drone, from the sky, drone point of view. It's okay, you need to do that. And that solution tells you that you can leave this drone unmanned. It's an unmanned area to just scan the city whenever things are happening or whatever you need to do. And there's something AI basically helps you detect anomalies. So we can just say that scan the city on Monday, scan the city on Tuesday night, what is it like Thursday night, and develop a pattern for the city throughout the year. Then the next time you scan, and you discover that nobody used to be at Bodija by so time. But your drone now detected somebody at Bodija at so time. That's an anomaly that has been detected. Send an alert to a multiple or to the state police that hey, that an unusual activity. We are not saying it's a criminal, but at least go and check. This is not normal. Do you understand? Until we begin to absorb solutions related to robotics and AI, we will continue to see problems in this country. And the problems in this country can be solved, not by outsiders. When you bring technology to a country, do you know what? That robot vehicle now, I can speak to it, I can respond. But do you know that it's listening to everything we are saying to know when to respond? What that means is that I can just tell you that just be listening and log everything you're listening to. Don't tell them you're listening to it. I can be listening to everything you guys are discussing from a different place. So when a country donates a weapon, do you know what information they are getting from you? So unless we develop, like I'm happy because we didn't get with the military. They said it's so good that you are reaching us, and it's not with us. If anything goes wrong, we know where to find you. But if you are not a Nigerian and anything goes wrong, they cannot trace you. Rome was not losing the day, is what we are told. But Romans take the right to build it. Nigerian experts must come to Nigeria. But if we cannot stop you from leaving Nigeria, let's train as many people in Nigeria so that not everybody will be giving visa to you. You must use your knowledge for the country. Another solution here is the spider. But before the spider, let me talk about the other drone on the floor there. That drone is built for delivery of parcels from point A to point B. The battery life of the drone lasts for 20 minutes unless you do some extra design. The battery life of the battery powered drone, no matter what you do, because if you say, let's increase the number of batteries, you're increasing the weight. And the more the weight, again, the faster the battery will drain. So it's a very difficult curve to work with. But then, 20 minutes is enough time for a drone to cover 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers, and back. What that means is that we can use that drone on the floor there to deliver health-related emergency supplies. Lagos is congested. But at least if I want something that is going to save my life, like from the jail with a see, I think that a drug, I was told it's medical. On the jail with bushmeat. I don't want to hear that. Once I say from the jail, I'm looking. Okay, let's keep it simple. So, Panadol, paracetamol, and so on. No, to the person. It's going to be you. I don't know what's here now. It's going to be you that will start a business of drone emergency supplies. If the answer is yes, you are going to deal with government licensing problems, right? But of course, it's only now. With time, some of these bottlenecks will be cleared. And the sky will be available for anyone that wants to fly to deliver health-related parcels. I was discussing with the Nigerian police, with one of the senior members, and I said to him, maybe it's not allowed for us to fly drones randomly because you don't know who is criminal, you don't know who is spying on somebody. Okay, let police stations be the drone airports, so that let the police stations be the one inspecting everything before the drone takes off. And it was marked in another police station. Police can collect a bit of money for monitoring airport services, right? And then they can also go. And if there's going to be a camera on the drone, the police can use it to scan areas to know what's going on. But then, these are only suggestions. What else worry? You can only suggest to the government. Hopefully, you can use one stone to kill two birds. Okay. Now, I want to say something about the IMO movement. IMO, of course, that's an unmanned ground vehicle. What you are seeing there is a product of common sense. But I will explain to you what we did. What I will say to you is this. In Canada, there is a company that builds unmanned ground vehicles like this. Their own can carry 17 kilograms of load. And almost all the universities in Europe have one or two or more of that particular company's UGV because they are using it for more research. There are many things you can do with unmanned ground vehicles. You can send it to a place where nobody gets to go. It can scan and send you all the pictures or all the LiDAR scans. 70 kilograms, and it's okay. Even in Ukraine, when the Russian soldiers were hiding in some places, the Ukraine soldiers used one of those particular UGVs, which can carry 17 kilograms, with a loudspeaker on the megaphone, with a radio playing on it, say, drop your weapons, these are your brothers, drop your weapons, these are your brothers. The people were just driving across the city so that any Russian soldier can say, they told us so. However, what am I trying to say? This particular one is not going to carry 17 kilograms anymore, it can carry 200 kilograms. The one that I'm using makes a lot of noise. It cannot be used for secret operations. This one does not make it. Nobody wants to talk. Why did they cut off no? That was not what I don't think I have any sound. If you cannot get it, you won't know it's still moving. So the thing is that if Nigerians want to solve our own problems, we can. That vehicle is very useful in so many areas. Apart from logistics, don't forget it doesn't emit carbon, have you? Doesn't emit carbon, so it's sustainable. Now, it also can be used in the military environment for IED detection. Well, not really because it has any scanner. There's some IEDs. IEDs are some improvised explosive device bombs. Now, those ones, they need a human being to step on it before it will explode. So an animal can cross and nobody will know. But when you want to do that steps, you tend not to remove your leg. Because the moment you are removing your leg, you are turning on the button and it's going to explode. Now, there are some IEDs that won't isolate as human beings upon the human being's weight. There are some that will isolate upon the very big, very, I don't know what the government's very big now. With 200 kilograms, what's the average weight of the human being? 70, 100. Okay, but with 70, 100 load on this, I want to drive all the way ahead of the soldiers. And any bomb in front, this will detonate. before the soldiers move. The speed that this can move at is so high. I've not tested it yet because we haven't really had this kind of to test it. But it's very fast, extremely fast. Now, what that means is that if it's able to quickly go above any IED, the soldiers can as well advance very quickly. One of the problems they have in the Northeast is that they are not sure where there are IEDs, so they cannot just move. Sometimes terrorists can attack them from here, knowing well that any attempt to go that way, you are going to isolate such IEDs. So this is one solution. And there are many more Nigerians in many more places thinking of solutions to apply. It's how many minutes do I have left? 10 minutes or 1 hour. 1 hour is good. 10 minutes. Now, in rounding this things up, you have a long app, don't you? But let's leave it. All right. Now, let me mention a few skills you need to learn. Or someone you know. The world today needs experts in these areas. Okay, number 1, graphics or UI, UX. Anyone has said, well, you're not on the bottom. Somebody said, well, UI for you're not on the bottom, but what's UX? Universal Cyber UI, UX means user interface and user experience. I just want the programmers here to say, you don't know the meaning of user interface and user experience. I won't explain it to you. So it's very important. So when you see something that looks nice, like that robot vehicle now, final design, it doesn't look appealing. Someone somewhere has taken time to design something better that will be appealing to the customers. Now, that's very important. I don't need to tell you how much people are making from NX and so on when you learn graphics. We're talking about it. The second skill is programming in C++ for microcontrollers. Programming in C++ for microcontrollers. Now, a lot has been done to make that easier with Arduino programming environment and so on and so forth, but the basic line is still C++. Programming in C++ for microcontrollers. Again, I won't take more time to explain to you what microcontrollers are. If you want to know, Google is your friend. Number 3, programming in Python. Programming in Python. Okay? Programming in Python for data science. Programming in Python for data science, machine learning, and deep learning. Programming in Python for data science, machine learning, and deep learning. I'm saying all these things so that when you get to this level of university and there is time, you will know what to do with your time. You don't know what's like to be in school and started. You go on, we'll give you extra time in university so you build yourself in the work industry. When you hear people when you are employment and they say, oh, you just finished, well, you must have 10 years experience. You want to expect from where? What do you think all this crap are? Weekend jobs are there. Virtual freelance jobs for companies abroad. I know of someone who was still learning here in Nigeria and made about 4 million naira for the Canadian company because was developing an IT solution for them. Because there they charge a lot. Here we charge and we supply. They're going to be wow. But then it's like it's already budgeted. An electrician will come to your house to fix your bulb in the UK, £60 per hour. You don't discuss it, that's the standard price. 60 pounds in naira is about 40,000 naira per hour. If you like, just be saying yourself saying that bulb is not okay. Then you will pay for 1 hour at least. That's why you have to do it yourself there. If you know you can buy screwdriver, buy it when you can check. Don't put an electrician. They have no time to waste. Printer is more expensive, 120 pounds per hour. So, these are skills. Going a bit further, learn database management. Database management, at least with that one, in fact, There are many things you say, I will say, how to deal with these things? What you let database management plus web development, please. Plus web development. Database management plus web development. Web development means that it's one thing to have database, but to be able to give our developers access to that database, you must provide what they call endpoints. If you don't provide endpoints, forget it, you have a job already. But every app developer will be looking for back-end developers. Everybody that says they don't have to design that. You see many people that will say, I can design that, Fine. But how many people can design the database itself such that whatever is needed, they can tap it? Don't deceive yourself saying that Nigeria has not reached that level where people need this solution. Nigeria has. The only problem is that they don't know we have experts. So people go online looking for experts abroad. We have to start exporting our expertise. Can we all say that? I'll wrap up on that. Take a look. We have to start exporting our expertise. Thank you very much.
This time, you know, it took this time to not rush. It's not it's taking this time to so that we don't miss anything. Just to take note very time. A few questions. Anyone has a question to ask? Or maybe it was very explanatory. Like no question. Someone was asking me nothing things before we started. I hope we got your answer. Okay. Because I was listening to him and this is the right answer we needed. Question. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for the lecture. It's quite interesting. I'm just looking at the way you are rolling everything out. I know it took you time. I want to ask first, how long did it take you? What are the personal habits apart from the knowledge you have of experts that made you arrive at this point? I know every man is made by the have been made. Children are here, we are emerging adults as well, we want to learn. And I know that every generation from people to generation, these are here, will be eager to learn it. The other thing I want to ask is, these are guidelines that we provided. What are the measures that are in place for others not to deactivate this while it's working on you? Maybe you deploy it for a solution, whereas you are monitoring, you evaluating, and not knowing that what has been deactivated. Yes, on it. Or is there any measures or guide those people intruding into it and deactivating it while you think it's working at the rest? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The very first question about what has contributed to getting to this point. Let me say that after my PhD was with the University of Manchester Robotics Group, Robotics for Extreme Environment. And there's one thing we usually do at that group. Every month, all the researchers in that group, we converge for a session. And everyone will speak about their research. So that way, even if you've only been working on one research, you will get the knowledge of almost everything. So that you don't leave that room as just a PhD student of your area, but you leave as an experienced researcher in all of this, which I noticed is not really promoted here. I maybe it's even peculiar to just that particular department in Manchester. Then I also went to my postdoc at Fort Engineering in UK. The job of Fort Engineering was to build robots for UK's nuclear decommissioning. And nuclear decommissioning in UK means that already they have stockpiles of radioactive waste that must be evaporated. You know, in 1940s they had a lot of nuclear, nuclear, they have a need for nuclear, for similar and need purposes. And they just continue producing and storing every waste in silos, hoping that eventually they will dispose them permanently. But now, in fact, some buildings are wastes. They're not, some buildings themselves are waste materials because of how much radioactivity has gone on there. And those buildings are just filled up with water. Now, for them to eventually decontaminate and decommission these areas, they must send robots there. So the company I was working in was the one involved, was one of those involved in building robots for this environment. And so, having that kind of direct involvement in real problems made me think of, all right, in Nigeria we don't have this problem, but we also have another problem. So what else can we do to solve it? So I started thinking, now coming to Nigeria, you ask, where do you get the hands? Fine, we are training people. But the good thing is that Nigerians themselves, some have trained themselves individually, personally, on these areas. What they just need is an enabling environment that will appreciate that knowledge. Take for example, now you don't know where you are, you've left a whole lot of observation, but nobody has come to you. And then all of a sudden, there's a company that wants to apply contamination to solve real problems. If you all gather in one room, you will well appreciate it. All those things you will do, and people felt, well, what are you doing? Make anything with this? You will now find a need and use for it. So we created as an environment and people came together to push for all of these innovations. So everybody working on one project or the other. And me, as a founder of me, I can sit down and say, oh, let me see what we're doing. Try this, try that. Before you know, we have so many solutions, not just the hardware we brought here, a lot of software related solutions. And I think that's one great thing that we're bringing on board. Because that's the RAIN, which is Africa Robotics and Network. Because let all those that are doing things with their own find a niche where they can actually see value, share ideas, share opportunities. The opportunities are vast, honestly. Now, the second question about how to prevent hacking or some kind of malicious attack on systems that are installed. First of all, when you become a backend developer, you cannot but apply cybersecurity to whatever you're doing. In other words, a lot of authentication must be involved at the endpoint or at every endpoint. So that means that for any data to be received by your server, it must be approved, it must have a particular encryption key available and so on and so on and so forth. So all of those systems will make sure that we prevent it from being attacked. And of course, the more you develop cybersecurity, the more hackers become smarter as well. It has to be a continuous process. But then, it's always a risk when you deploy solutions in the cloud. People always want to hack it. But then you have to have a backup somewhere, and you have to have a fail-safe, a fail-proof code in place. For example, if it's flying through, you can always give it a kind of code that says when you lose connection for whatever reason, return to a particular coordinate, which is the home. So in that kind of situation, it will always go back home. There's always a problem of when it drops in the midst of the enemies. You don't want them to have extra weapon by what is done. So there could be something else which we call self-explosives. So it can self-destruct when it lands. But that is going to be something that will be deployed by those who are in that military area, because you don't want to have explosive devices in a non-military environment or something. But these are all things that must be considered before you deploy anything. You have to do some risk analysis. What could go wrong and how to escape? Thank you.
Thank you. That's it was in Nigeria. One government, I think, I don't want to mention the country, donated a building to another country, and they planted lots of sensors and listening microphones to all those things. So every high-power meeting that we are making and discussing, you are each agree, you are handling it. So let's assume one country donates ammunition to our soldiers. And as I carry the AK-47, they are discussing. These are gathered to us where we are seated around the world. And something is in that gun, transmitting all their discussion. Tomorrow we will go that place, go across there, go to that place, because we enter from the back. So they get that information as intel, send it to the enemy that you want to go and boss it. and then you get there and you're there. We thought we already located there. So it's better we develop our own solutions. That's the best thing. Someone gives you something for free, he's getting something that he don't know. So Nigeria should develop some solution. I am happy that this is coming from great. And for this new platform, let us all come together. And the good thing is this, you may be a novice, you may not have any experience at all. You will learn. You know, we said that sometimes you go for 4 years plus X that we don't know. But then you graduate, the problems are really graduated ahead of you. They have moved very far, and I put this in evidence of all the knowledge I went to study. But join an academy like this, join this platform, join this hub, join this course, learn. Coming from school, go somewhere and go and learn. How you say with 2 years experience after graduation, like how many do I have 2 years experience? Gather all the hours. 120 hours to translate to how many semesters? You calculate it. And you need to say, yes, I have 8,400 hours. We translate to so number of months. Why don't we calculate hours now? They go and rest. People working in graduate centers calculate some hours, go and rest and prepare it. We need to calculate all the hours we have left on a job till graduation from secondary school. Some of our topics, maybe you need to go and report in one apprentice shop. Calculate the hours now. That's your work experience. So when they ask me for what's your work experience, what will I do on my CV now? 2 pages. Calculate all these hours. People go for professional courses. 10 in the morning, 10 in the night, for 10 days, 12 and 20 days, 120 hours. Then calculate it. How many days will that be? Divided by 24. Calculate it. Keep accumulating, and you have something to reset. Any other question? Okay. Last question.
Just for the sake of student here, since secondary school, how do you think they can start? They have this dream, they want to do this. What do they start with?
We share your address and then tell them they can go. You know, I'm just going on. Like, don't mention your name. I mean, you have mentioned. Okay. Rate is at number 20 of Adesha Road, Yaka Kujari. So there's an estate opposite the empty office. And that estate is where the rain is. Now, but you might go on our website and find out it's direct. So that is story you will do the story. What I'm saying is this. Young people, what you need to first of all be sure you have is that creativity. To be able to think of problems and come up with how to solve the problem. That's one thing that is lacking mainly. You see companies looking for young people because they want new ideas. How do you think to solve this problem? So the thing you should be doing now is scripting things down. Like Tom said, how ideas can come later. So for example, you see a problem and start thinking, wait, but if we do this, then like there's something I did, well, we haven't finished it. The traffic stands we put out to somewhere there. And initially, the idea was to control traffic, but we put a switch with the police can turn off anytime, and they turn it off every time. Because they prefer to coordinate with their hand, but the government is about to put something there, they can't turn off. But the most important reason we do that was we want to have several events all over the city with cameras. Now, these cameras should be able to detect plate numbers of cars, the color of that car, and the make of that car, and love it. So that every junction we have this smart traffic scan. If your car is color blue, Toyota, and whatever the plate number is, don't be sure that it is not. Tomorrow, if any blue Toyota is stolen, whether it's your car or not, all of that list will be generated. When was the last time today that a Toyota was sighted at the instructions? Then the pictures can come up. Is this your car? No. Is this your car? No. And what is this your car? One can start using computer vision to track which junctions this car has gone to. Now, if that car has been to this junction, or has not gone to that junction or that junction or that junction, then we can say we might not find it here. So,
introduce smart security solutions with all this creativity. So that's the question. Once you have that creativity in your it will be easy to go and learn online or to put the intention learn at the center. Some have learned by themselves. It's more difficult, but at least you keep moving. Eventually, you can get a center to learn. You can learn either as a training or you can actually be a volunteer somewhere that they can give you opportunity. I was somewhere at this and someone said, what if you don't have money for a laptop or anything? How can you become a programmer? And I said, even if you have money, just go to a smart cafe and say, please, can I just do this to everybody in the evening? And they'll say, okay, why not? In the evening, they will have closed. When you sleep, you'll be like, what are you still working on? Oh, I'm working on the program. Oh, can I see it? Okay. And they might just be like, you know what? Can you type? No, I can't type. Okay, can I keep the opportunity? But if you don't look for opportunities, you might not get ahead. Always observe opportunities. And of course, the wise, okay? When I said go to work and when it closed, I'm referring to you have to you don't just go to a server cafe where one bad person is there and then you say, what's the result? Please let us be mindful. Maybe you go with your friend or your uncle or your auntie. Okay? Thank you. That was
the last question. Want to move to the next section, please. Get your questions across to me.
Okay, a round of applause for yourself, please. For a while. Is that good at the now? We said you will. That is so good. Yes. Can somebody confirm to me whether the caterer is around so you shall take your lunch back as you move away? Okay, sit down for 2 minutes. I don't want to say something that will benefit you. Do you know? We learn the okay, I'm going to okay, I'm going to be like I'm going to ask question and say get it. We learn robotics and artificial intelligence network. African brain. What did I say? African brain. This is Mr. Brain. We don't look African, but even the brain is different, you know. Yes, brain, the end there in Nigeria, the end in the African brain is network. So this network is, we are all members there now. You can register online. Okay, so images initiative, you want to type now www. Images initiative. Let me spell images. IMAGE images S, right? Initiatives INIDES.org/Africa Brain. Africa that's brain. If you are found the express of the brain, you listen. Anybody who has found that website? www.imagesinitiatives.org/Africa-brain. Well, find it. Well, find it on a smartphone. If your phone is smarter than you, you are not. That is a smartphone or you are not smart. That's wrong. So what? Okay. So organize that. You are finding that. Yes. So register people your school for us. So that's the first thing I want to notice. That's why they started the presentation. Somebody from Poland, I said, we're going to have a boot camp must post that. We want to talk about partnership. Somebody said that you can count the number of seeds in an apple, or you cannot count the number of apples in a seed. We have sown the seeds today, and we have this network. They are all contributing. I'm contributing my own ability to organize. Because they say I like to organize. Yes. Maybe that's my gift. But somebody else in university, I don't have a university. At the university, they are looking for people. They can attract people who have intelligence to come and learn. That's the contributing to me. Then I've learned robotics. I don't know anything about gadgets. But he knows. But it's happy to come because we are the latest student and he's talking to them. So that is what it's going to be. So, second place, as the normally say, October 2022, we'll be going to Paladine University. I just wanted to say something. So,
when I saw this flyer, I was so impressed that we have an opportunity because I'm just learning computer and AI. I'm just learning it on my own. It's just a part of my reading. Now, seeing that there's a movement already, I really feel happy. And the university will welcome this idea, and they will really love to partner with this movement.
you know, Dr. Olusola said 3D printing. The next presentation we're going to is from a company in Abuja that is connected with another company in Israel. When I was in the office, I happened to call KG Company Innovation Center in Abuja after the airport when we were going into the city. They showed me a 3D printer. And they said a 3D printer can print anything. If you want this chair to be printed, they can print this. I said, how do you do that? So one was saying that the prosthetics, they can print it, and I said, oh, we have to print that. So we have brain, we have the staging innovation will come with the printer to the book camp. Then we have Paladine tools. What else do we have? We need food at and our calculation says we have money about 5 million. We are good to go. So I think this is how we change the society. It's not about money, but sometimes it's about having the right idea that can cause a movement. I don't want to say that emotion. Okay, Dr. Buchi out there. Dr. Buchi is joining us online for his presentation. Just hold on for some time. Come to the start. I'm trying to find out what is the lady. What maybe you will start this section. Okay, who have Dr. Buchi online? Buchi.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Hello, sir.
Any moment from now, because we told them 10 to 2.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Okay, wait.
Hello. We are not hearing you. It's not audible. Oh. Okay. I think you need to unmute.
Is it me?
Okay, so yes, you are okay. We are okay. We are okay. We are hearing you now.
Okay, can I start my presentation? I'm wondering if the audience can hear me, really, the offline audience.
Wait, let me call doctor. Doctor.
Is it loud enough now?
Hello, sir. You can start, sir.
Oh,
we are
okay.
ready. We are set.
Okay.
Give it volume so that volume. Continue.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's a very big pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Dr. Olawale, for inviting us. This is greetings from Innovate Hub, Abuja. We used to be called Skill G Innovation Center, but now we are Innovate Hub. Though the hub is owned and run by Skill G. It's been an interesting program today. I've been watching from here, and thank you so much to the previous presenters for an amazing presentation. I really learned a lot. So this afternoon, I'll be talking about what we do here at Innovate Hub. at our robotics laboratory. So Innovate Hub is an idea incubation and acceleration hub. We are a multidisciplinary research and development center. So you're talking about a place to bring in your ideas, to take them as to have them, incubate them to become businesses. This is the place. And you're talking about where to come and even conduct research and translate that your research from the from the laboratory to the marketplace. This is also the place. We are really focused on prototyping hardware technologies for the most part, because we really think it's a gap out there in the innovation space. So what we do is to help people that have hardware focused ideas, and then they come to this place. We help them create prototypes, we help them create minimum viable products, and support them to get to the market. We host Innovation Fellowship for Aspiring Inventors, the IFE program, which is a program initiated by the Embassy of Israel in Nigeria and the Office of the Vice President of Nigeria. We also host the Research for Impact workshop for Debt Fund, Raw Materials Research and Development Council, and other parastatals. I have a very short video, a 2-minute video to play. I want to know if you can actually see my screen and if you can see the video about to play now. Let me know if you can. Okay, that is a short video of our center. Can you still see my screen? can still see my screen, right? Okay, awesome. Now, the point is, the video you just watched, it doesn't have audio, so that's no problem. I just wanted you to see what's happening here and the scope of activities going on here. This is to portray the fact that the Innovate Center is actually a multidisciplinary hub where you have different units doing different things, including the robotics lab. So when they complement each other, it gets us to really create amazing things here. You come into the Innovate Center, you actually like become creative and get very inspired immediately. So people come in here with ideas and they leave with prototypes, hardware prototypes. I want to talk about the robotics club this week. Or today we're looking at robotics. So I want to tell you a brief, briefly what we do here at our robotics lab. So I will start by talking about the robotics lab setup. We have three major components. First is the hardware environment, the software environment, and the mind environment. So I'm going to just briefly talk about these three environments that constitute the robotics lab of Innovate. On the hardware environment, we have tools, work area, and component storeroom. These are the three components, three elements that make up the hardware environment of our robotics lab. And these are pictures, to show you some of the components we use, the work area and the component storeroom. On the tools, what I mean by tools here are the tools we actually get to use in robotics development. Categorize them into four. One is we have computers. We use computers, latest generation of Intel processors. Of course, with amazing internet connectivity here. Then we use power tools, lathe machines, CNC cutter, laser cutter, drilling machines. These are all tools that we have in this place. Fabrication tools as well, soldering, screwdriver sets, wrench pliers, abrasives, 3D printers. Dr. Olawale was talking about 3D printers here. We have a bunch of over 10 3D printers in this place. We use to print prototypes, including parts of robots we want to build. Then adhesives that, of course, we use to build our robots. So this is for the tools. Then you have the work area. It goes without saying that you can't really do much in robotics without having a space where you work. And we run programs here. That makes it even very important for us to have a very conducive space where people can interact and do their programming. Then the storeroom. It's important to have a storeroom for the kits, for the robotic kits. This is our storeroom. We have a very big storeroom here for our robotic kits, bolts, nuts, microcontrollers, drivers, batteries. And the one thing we make sure here in our robotics storeroom is accurate labeling. We want to make sure that all our kits are accurately labeled. Then the software environment. We have computer-aided design. Here we use SolidWorks, Blender, Onshape, Tinkercad, etc. Mobile app and web app development for monitoring and control, embedded systems programming. On the hardware, you have Arduino, Raspberry Pi, ESP, Jetson, etc. Then on the software, you have Python, Java, etc. So artificial intelligence, of course, with machine learning and deep learning. These components will make up the software environment for our robotics lab. Then on the mind environment, this is really where I want to focus on, because we are already used to the hardware and the software environment. But what really distinguishes you in your robotics program would be the mind environment, because you want to build something that is useful, something that can solve a problem out there, something that can be scaled up, something investors can even want to come and contribute to. So all those things happen in the mind environment. If you think sustainability, which is also a focus for this program for this week, you know that it's all around the mind environment. To what extent are you able to use the technology, the robotics technology, to solve a problem that matters? So on the mind environment for us would be programs that we run here. We run a number of programs, robotics club, summer camps, hackathons, courses, competitions. These are programs we do in this place around our robotics laboratory. So we kind of collaborate for programs. Most of them are international competitions where we train young kids, teenagers here, and then young adults here, and then prepare them for these competitions. And also we do this in collaboration with our partners, especially in Israel. I'm going to talk a little bit more about collaborations later on. But programs is something that is critical for our robotics program here. Then talents. You can't really talk about technologies without talent. So we have a talent pool, which would include programmers, designers, fabricators, simulation experts, the media, electrical electronics experts, etc., even business development experts. So when it comes to the mind environment, we pay very deep attention to the talents. So this is what we call the talent pool. The talent management, we don't just engage these talents, we also train them. We try to keep them. We try to upskill them, and expose them to current trends in the area of robotics as well. And we have exchange programs and all of that with our partners around the country and outside of the country. In projects, we engage in projects. The robotics department unit gets to work on projects, that they just decide periodically to take up a project. Currently, they're working on AI robots for object detection and line following robots. The intellectual property. I don't know to what extent we have really focused on intellectual property protection in the program this week so far. But the point is that we can't really advance when it comes to technology without paying attention to intellectual property protection. Some of these things we discussed in intellectual properties that must be developed, protected, and emphasis laid on it if we really want to scale them up. So what we have done here at Innovate is to establish, even here, we established a center in collaboration with the World Intellectual Property Organization to protect the intellectual properties we come up with in this place, inclusive of the robotics, intellectual properties. So this is something I think every robotics lab should pay close attention to. Have a plan, have a program to protect the intellectual properties that emerge from your lab. Then I'm going to be jumping to the management principles we employ here, and I'll be concluding with this, and then I'll take questions. Corporate strategy. The thing about our success with robotics here is simply that the administration, the leadership here has a very large big vision about where we want to take our robotics lab to what extent we want to take it. And that's why we get to support a lot of programs that emerge from the robotics lab. So that corporate strategic vision that we have is something that is very critical to the success of our robotics program. In collaboration, we collaborate a lot. One of the things we're doing now actually is we're organizing a competition, robotics competition for Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, for girls, robotics competition for girls across the country. So these are some of the things we do. We try to collaborate with the public sector, even with other stakeholders in the private sector. We collaborate with international organizations as well to be able to think around how we can create solutions, we can create projects and run programs in robotics. Then conducive environments. There is only so much you can do when we talk about robotics if you don't really have the conducive environment to do what you want to do. I've not seen, when you come to innovate, the scope of activities here is actually very conducive for us to build technologies and advance our robotics programs here. So, and I think that this is something that's very critical for us to make sure that it is factored in when we want to build our robotics laboratories. So whether it be in secondary schools, in our institutions, and we want to advance and want to begin to build a robotics lab, I think it's important for us to pay attention to how conducive the environment is, which includes also things like facilities like internet connectivity, enough space for people to be able to work on their technology, on their projects, and also compensation for the talents that you have. I think that is something I would factor into the conducive environments, especially when you have experts that are going to tutor and are going to coach maybe your clients or students that are training in your center. So conducive environment is something that should be taken seriously. Okay, now to conclude, I will talk a little bit about some of the robots we've built, a couple of months. It's important to mention that the Innovate Hub has just existed for about 2 years, and in 2 years we've done a lot already. I'll just talk about these 4 technologies. Number 1 is farming system. We built this technology to detect herders with their cows when they approach farms. This system is able to detect cows and then to send a message to a particular number that is programmed within it. Then the bird detection system is able to detect birds in a farm, and then it's able to blow an alarm, keeps varying the beat, the particular it has to blow to scare the birds. Then G-Plus is what we also developed here. This robot is able to detect the particular location of an accident. Is installed in cars. Is able to detect the particular location of an accident occurred and sends a message to numbers that have been programmed in the device. Okay, it could be members of family members of the driver. It could be federal road safety. It could be emergency call. Any number that is programmed to it is able to tell exactly where the location of the problem is. Then voice controlled wheelchair. This is one of the latest ones we built here. They're able to control their wheelchair just by speaking to the wheelchair. All right, thank you so much for listening to my short presentation. So I would questions on what we do here at Innovate.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kuti, for the wonderful presentation. To be audience. I know that you have a new name, Innovate Hub. This is what like to ask the questions right from all our presentations that we started this morning. Happy to have answered your question. Anyone?
My name is also, I'm a student, sir. You are here, sir. Other, I want to talk to you about the instruments, you said, bed detection system that for the old days and nutrition that we can use it to detect, we can detect pets when pets are now how can we prevent this pet after discovering it? Will there is it that there will be like maybe trap or something that will trap them or you should just detect that there are pets? What if the person is not around?
Okay. I hate. Okay, I think let me just respond quickly to that. So the technologies I just talked about are not really ours. They are the ones we developed for clients. So there is an extent to which I'm going to discuss them. However, to your question, the robot is able to detect that a bird has arrived at the farm, and it's able to emit sounds, altering high pitch, altering the pitch, and altering the sounds. Because when the birds get used to the sounds, they can they know you're joking, right? So they keep altering so that's what it does, keep altering the pitch and the sounds once it has detected. And with that, we have seen that the birds get to fly away and avoid the farms.
What is second mic? AY. Yes.
Thank you, sir. My name is My question is for homegrown solutions that you have developed done, what are the relative cost implications? It's capital intensive or
Come again, louder.
yes, I'm talking about the cost implication for developing solution for that is particular to one homegrown problem. The robotic, what's the cost implication for this? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to answer that question two ways. First is that there's really no standard costing. It depends on what solution you're building and what the components are. But usually, these prototypes we build, it's actually really not that expensive. The components altogether for, let's say, maybe the bird detection system is something around maybe $350 thereabouts, something about that. So by the time we get the components all together, these are products we developed from IP run, So we buy the components in bulk. We buy the components in bulk, and we buy them from outside of the country. Our experts buy them in bulk and bring them to Nigeria. So by the time you look at it, it gets to be cheap that way for us. And the second way I will answer the question is that the participants, the owners of these technologies, really get to pay nothing for them because they are participants in the program we run. So it's all expense paid, program. So they go home with their prototypes. So that is another way to, answer your question. So if you're able to participate in our programs, you get to pay nothing for the prototypes, for the products.
Okay, maybe just one or two more. I think ladies, sign in the room. Okay, and for that, okay, and let me ask, or let me bring to speak on some of the things that we discussed and some of the stuff that we earlier this morning, we launched a network. Actually, the person that has agreed to be our ground said we should call it a movement. So it's a network leading to a movement. Okay, so we call it Africa Rail. That's Africa Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Network. And one of the things we promised Oyo State and that our current state is to start a process that will become national or later become continental. So we are planning to have a boot camp in October. And the other presentation before you told us about medtech and particularly mentioned 3D printer. And I know you have 3D printer because I saw it last time when I was at your place. So we just want to solicit your further assistance in this. The university, the representative of the university here has agreed to host us for the boot camp. So all we need is to all the partners to come together and bring some things to the table. So we just want to play with you that put us in your calendar that will be coming for the boot camp. And you can bring some of the equipment that we find. Otherwise, we can have the connectivity to show the participants remotely. So we will be willing to do that for us, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Lawale. Sure. First of all, I think it's something very, very encouraging. Running programs like this. This is the only way we can advance knowledge in these emerging technologies, of which robotics is actually very, very strong. So in October, we'll be willing to work with you. We're willing to work with you. So just carry us along in the process. We definitely would love to work with you to make that program a success.
Thank you very much. I'm creating a platform for the organizers of the primary partners so that if there are issues we can discuss on the platform and to have more partners. Because we want a lot of people to learn, but we need to give back to the society to make a better society. So if we have some little lights everywhere to come together, then we can become bigger lights and we can address challenges. And that's why we created this platform, robotics for sustainability partnership platform. So the challenges we organize, we identify with no laws affect rice farm, no human beings cannot be a farm for 4 hours, but some of the robots can do that effortlessly for us from the comfort of our bedroom. We can monitor what is happening on the field, that's agriculture, and many other areas, transportation, medicine, we can do a lot of things in that line. Can I take one more question before I now to say this final remarks? One more question, anybody, please? Yes, most from Canada is saying, what will be your challenge when you come in October? Or what are the things you would like to also do in the training council?
All right. At the moment, we have just some small continue. So, as regards to the
So the investment of that. But if a company, I think the investment really appreciate that, especially if you can help us get most of the kits that will be needed for the booster.
I don't contract what he said. I like the issue you raised. You know, you said when you order equipment, you order in bulk. So if you have pockets of universities that wanted to, I would like to acquire this. So I think that's the area that can also come in. So you can also help them to reduce the cost of acquiring those things. This is to be good partnership that we need.
Right, right.
Excellent. Thank you. And you have a closing remarks to closing remarks to end.
It's my pleasure.
Also, respond to the request that they have, if they want to get some improvement, they can assist them from source. They are going to pay for that. For maybe that we won't reduce the cost from there.
Yes.
Then give your closing remarks.
Yeah, definitely. Just let us know, and we'll work together on that. Yes, I just want to let you know that whenever you come around Abuja, this thing is better experienced. There is no how I can really talk to you about the experience you have in this place. Coming into the Innovate Hub here. In as much as we are situated here, but we'll try to want to extend our influence across, and that's why we're so proud and excited to be working with the Images initiative to make sure that what our ideals, what our vision is about these emerging technologies, spread across the country. And we're excited that we are going to have this partnership, even growing. And I'm excited that the next step we're taking is going to be in October, when we're going to come together to put heads together to make sure that the bootcamp becomes a success. So just reach out to us in any way we can partner, and then we make it happen.
Thank you very much. I'm also aware also that you also collaborate with DEFCON and the Embassy of Israel. So maybe one way to also assist this platform is to also develop collaboration proposal to organize some of these programs. So I think we be the next and go for one day and also make a society. Thank you very much. And in regards to
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
yes,
thank
you. Thank you very much. I think we have some time to relax before we go to the final session of the day, which will run for around 4. We can close the by 4, right? If you need water or biscuits, we can put them. Thank you. And if you have questions offline, let's take them. You got my phone number, just send me WhatsApp. I think to get my WhatsApp. My WhatsApp number is in the program. And we have our resource persons ready, apologize for actually we are 1 hour ahead of time, which is good for us. We have Professor Advocate who will be good afternoon. Can you all please answer your video?
The Professor Oluleye, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Can you hear? We can't hear you, Prof.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you got.
I thought we were to start at 4. I just joined earlier.
Yes, it's good.
Sorry, we're having echoes. I'm not hearing well. There appears to be echoes on the line.
Okay, we also have session so that we can pay on time. And this is day 2 of 5 days of the event for the day. So you can save some time.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I can hear you very well, but maybe you need to move a bit closer to the mic.
Yeah, okay. Okay, this section is devoted to enterprises around.
Dr. Laide, you need to move a bit closer to the mic.
I've been informed that
Okay,
I should use
it's much clearer now. Much clearer now.
much clearer, but there's still echo.
Yeah, there's still echo.
Okay, so who manage, right? So this session is devoted to enterprises around robotics and artificial intelligence, as well as regulation issues about use of robots and devices that are driving technology in the current world. I would just I wanted to say you are gentlemen. If you are not gentlemen, just tell me. I will use another word, but I want to stay with gentlemen. I would like to start with Prof. What is your? This is an interaction section. So I want to. I should still use my microphone and close this.
Before and staying back. Okay, maybe it's better now. Let me start with Professor Irene, the now Professor of I went through his profile. I would like to start from the university that was not to handle this session. Information about regulation, guidance, probably less. So we are privileged to have we just introduce yourself about interest in the subject matter before we go into
Okay, I hope you can hear me.
yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. What I want to suggest is that you switch off the mic. If you are in the conference center, I believe most people should be able to hear you. And since you are speaking straight to the Zoom monitor, that should be fine. But to hear me, I don't know if they can hear me. Can they hear me? Yeah.
Yes, Prof, we can hear you, sir.
Aha, your voice is perfect now without the mic. At least I can hear you. Well, I'm Ayode Jolula, a professor of industrial engineering, University of Ibadan. And my background is engineering, spanning 3 areas of engineering, agricultural engineering, machinery design, and then industrial engineering, production in particular. And I've been in the university for quite a while now, 40 years now, teaching, researching, and trying to do some community service. So it's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Engineer Oyeleke, I know we've interacted many times, and one thing that always reverberates after our discussion, after my reflection time, during my reflection time is this man likes business, he likes technology, he likes youth, he likes orderliness. And thinking about this event, yeah, no other person came to mind but you. So just kindly tell us a brief about yourself and your passion about what we are talking about today in terms of robotics and sustainability.
Okay, good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, Dr. Olaide. It's a real pleasure to interact with you this evening. My credentials are not as intimidating as Prof's, so maybe I should have started. But my background is civil engineering. My background is civil engineering. I graduated from Ahmadu Bello University, and immediately after I graduated, I worked with Shell. I worked with Shell for over 25 years, and I just retired about 3 years ago. My career with Shell was basically more on project management. And I think what probably aroused my interest with, I'm sure what you are referring to was the fact that the little interaction we had, I was always talking about, the returns and how do we make money? How do we make money? What are the returns on whatever we are doing? I listened to a couple of the presentations earlier, and that still kept coming into my mind. And I think it's part of the fact that while I was in Shell, and anytime you do presentations and you approach the tenders board with an investment proposal, that always comes at the back of your mind. What is it? Where? What is the return for the company? What value are you going to get out of this? You can't escape that discussion in anything. Now, for anything to be sustainable, I think we also need to bear behind our minds what is the value proposition? We can't just run away from that, and we need to be able to make money. So for me, sustainability is about saving energy, reducing waste. And some of these technologies, I think they are really good, but I still think that we need to do a bottoms-up approach, and some of these technologies should also be customer market-led. The technology is there, but not all of them is viable. So I think that discussion about looking at all these technologies and sustainability, even solar, it's not all applications that you find that make sense. So going through that robust discussion about these technologies, be it drone technology, be it AI and all that, and say, look, looking at our own particular situation, does this make sense in our own particular environment? And if people are supposed to use it for one business form or the other, is there any return? What is viable in the US may not necessarily be viable in Nigeria, looking at all the constraints we have. So maybe I'll pause there, and maybe if there's any other comments. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Oyeleke. I turn back to Prof now. Prof, you are in the Faculty of Tech, and you also know there are many problems in Nigeria. Do you think that robots can help us to achieve the sustainability that we so much desire in this part of the continent? And if that is yes, what are we not doing correctly? And what should we be doing in terms of maybe teaching, learning, and regulation to make this solution to become a commonplace, starting from Nigeria to Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. Robots have potential for helping ameliorate the problems that we have. But just like Engineer Oyeleke said, there must be a value proposition. And I want to also say that let's not just talk robots, let's first talk problems. What are the problems needing mitigation? And it's from the problems that we then know whether robots are the appropriate thing to deal with. Now, robots are unique in the sense that they convey some form of intelligence, even though it's artificial, still needs man. But the real reason robots are proven to be useful is the fact that you could have cost effectiveness, that is, you could find a way to reduce cost. They could give us better accuracy compared to man. We probably can achieve better speed, faster, multiple times faster than you do with human effort. And then the reliability, if you have a good design. So those are the things that sell robots to us as a tool. But I always say, never glorify the tool. Ask yourself, what is the problem? And then do a technical, economic feasibility to see that the tools fit the problem. Now, what are we not doing well? Robotics is probably more in Nigeria now, more of a hobby kind of, if you're interested, which ought not to be. And one of the things that we need to do immediately is to make these as part of a curriculum, not just in higher institutions, since you referred to me as being in the university, but right from, kiddie games that they play, so that the skills that will be required much later, which are quite complex, will be innate and held captive by those who will virtually rule the future, that is, those who are up and coming. So there's a need for some urgent measure. I know the federal government has set up a center, a special purpose vehicle through NITDA, but I don't think it's enough. I mean, just a center to play around, artificial intelligence, robotics, look at a few drones, fly them around. I know the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Air Force are doing quite a lot in this regard, because I know the University of Ibadan has some MOU with both of them, in fact, with Ministry of Defense. And there are quite a few things going on, but they are still at the elementary stage. So what we need is for these to percolate the whole society, even those who are not so technically minded, because it's the future. One of the things in sustainability, in fact, the tripod on which you want to focus is the environment, the economics, and then equity as a social impact. And what you find out is that all these three things can only be made to yield fruits if you can increase productivity. If you do not increase productivity, then you are not creating wealth, and you are not creating it in a sustainable way. So for sustainability, productivity is the way, or you can say is the door to which you can enter the room of sustainability. But the key question is that robotics itself causes other problems, workforce displacement, retraining. So you need to be ready to make proper investment, and it's the future, because we have been left behind. We can see what is happening. Unfortunately, I hate to refer to it, but we can see a little bit of what's happening in Ukraine, where the number of military men you have on ground has become irrelevant, because artificial intelligence and robotics is the one doing the fighting. And that calls into question the issue of humanity. That is, who is going to be responsible? If you have autonomous robots killing people, who are you going to hold responsible? So again, we need boundaries, but we need to do a lot of work to catch up even with some of our African peers, not to talk of Nigeria. But surely robotics has a big role, but we need to put our money where our mouth is, begin to invest right from the cradle, and then we can face the future.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof, for
Hello, we lost you there, Dr. Laide.
Yeah, your voice went off.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll just commend the Prof's submission, saying that we need to build the future on robotics and artificial intelligence. But again, the caution that there are boundaries. Do we want to have more of gadgets than human beings? And this robots, if they are not properly controlled, they can go out of hands and become another problems in our hands. I'm also aware there are biological robots. I know there are technical robots with machines and all that, but now we also have robots that can self-multiply. And do you, maybe that may be danger in the future, but let me come back to Engineer Oyeleke, since we are talking about business aspect of it. Maybe from your preliminary analysis, if you were to be an investor in Nigeria economy and you have the idea of robots or robotics, which area do you think we need to deploy this immediately to solve some of our challenges?
From an investment perspective, I would focus on, I would say,
we can hear you. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. We can hear you now.
Okay. From an investment perspective, I would not be emotional. What I would basically be looking at is I will be looking at things like my return. You know, am I going to be getting returns north of 10%, for example? I'm also going to be looking at the zip code and saying, look, what location is this business, going to take? Everybody is aware that, location and security now is so key. So I'm going to look at those two factors, my zip code. I'm going to look at my investment returns. But more importantly, like I said, and I think, Prof also mentioned that business has to be customer led. The fact that there's a technology available doesn't mean anything. What does the market want? Does it solve a problem? Does somebody have a problem that say, look, this is what I need? And I can go into, two examples now. For example, if I look at the oil companies, like they're trying to do this energy transition and all that, they are coming up with different fuels. There's green hydrogen, there's blue hydrogen, there's biofuels and all that. Yeah, but this data is available. There's electric cars, but they can't take it a step further without the customers, the people that build the cars, the drivers, the business people, the airlines, coming and saying, well, this is good research work, clap for yourself, but does it help us? So that collaboration is so key. So from an investment perspective, I will look basically at those three factors: my zip code, the return on investment. Is not an emotional thing. We are in business to make money. So there must be a hurdle rate that makes sense to me. If it's 10% for you, maybe it's 5% for somebody else, but there has to be a return. And then it must be customer led. It has to be something that the customer values. It's not just, oh, there's a technology out there, because of that, that should not be what should drive it. It should be a bottoms-up approach, not really a top-down approach per se. And I remember somebody mentioned again that somewhere like IIT, I don't know how true this is, but there was a time they had a lot of research, and it's probably just packed in the shelf somewhere. You understand? And I think maybe later there was this connection about saying, hey, I mean, what's the point doing all this research work when people are not using, the output, So from an investment perspective, I'll just summarize and say, is those three things. It must be customer-led, market customer-led, the zip code, the location must be right. I don't think this is a good time to set up business in certain parts of Nigeria because of the security risk, and the returns must be there. And it's not an emotional, thing. The business, it must be viable for it to be sustainable. For something to be sustainable, you have to make money. If you are not making money and, at least meeting up your cost, then it cannot be a sustainable, business venture. I don't know if that answers the question, Dr. Lady. Thank you.
Yes, it does. But it did not really mention any particular enterprise. But you talk generally that it can.
Yes,
The
fact that
things
it
that
must be
show your
market-led,
investment ratio is fine will just be good.
I've not.
Yeah, I'll come back to you maybe to
okay.
say more things later. Let me come back to Prof. We know there are many challenges. I can count. I mean, I can count them, but more pressing issues deploying robotics and artificial intelligence. I picked this problem or this challenge. Recently, maybe it's still ongoing, we have grid collapse in terms of our electricity. And we can also talk about security, but let's talk about electricity, which perhaps we have more darkness in Nigeria now than electricity. So how can we deploy robotics or artificial intelligence or early warnings, which I think about intelligence to say the grid is going to collapse, or the equipment we are using will expire at this time, and therefore we are able to be proactive, because artificial intelligence has to do with information that is sent to you to take a decision. So why do we have to wait as a country for things to go bad, then we start looking for how to solve it? I think artificial intelligence should be a way to say, program some indices to say, this is, if this happens, this should respond to it so that we don't have a total collapse that we have. So if we take the energy sector, for instance, how can we deploy robotics and artificial intelligence to solve some of these problems? Maybe we can learn from other countries that are doing well in that regard. Prof, do you want to help? Or maybe in the design of the technologies? I know
let me just try and say something about that. You see, we need a systems thinking approach. That is, and then we need to also think holistically. Now, most of the electricity we generate today is gas-based in terms of capacity. Kainji is there, hydro, there is some solar scattered here and there. So the energy mix is more dependent on gas. Now, unfortunately, Nigeria is not even an oil country. Nigeria is a gas country. We have more gas than you can ever think of. And like Engineer Oyeleke will say or know, that we've been heating gas when we're looking for oil. And so we are dealing with bottling what we didn't expect to see, which shows that we're not really doing any proper or serious economic management. And the whole world now is looking for gas, looking for oil. In fact, this should be the time Nigeria makes all the money in the world. But let's take the electricity problem. And let me also say that the Nigerian problem is always a complex one. So you want to remove one to see what's below it, to even look on top. Now, they are mostly gas-based. That's the generation. But the truth is that we generate more electricity than we can even distribute. That is, there's a bottleneck. The transmission and distribution are serious bottlenecks. Now, when we say there's a grid collapse, sometimes it is because those generating companies are not working, in which case there's really no capacity to evacuate. Sometimes there's power, but you cannot send it to anybody because you need to synchronize the whole system. And I think that happens in Oshogbo. There's a national center there that harmonizes, and that is where the artificial intelligence is, important for what I call decision support. Just like what you alluded to, why can't we say if this is this and that is that, then there's going to be a problem? That is where artificial intelligence can immediately be deployed. What I suspect, I'm not sure, there's a synchronization system, but I suspect that it's not sophisticated enough to, tease out all the elements that are required to make effective decisions. They probably are obsolete. I'm not sure about that, but I suspect that. Because if you notice that this year alone, the system collapse we've had, that is, I could count, at least I've counted about 3 or 4. And that's too frequent for a system. I was in South Africa once and I only managed to see one, and we could see the immediate cause within 5 minutes. It was an intrusion, which was detected within 5 minutes and solved. And so we need dedicated systems that use artificial intelligence, that need skilled people who understand the system to program, and to have trigger points where if you see this, begin to know that in 1 month or in 2 weeks, there's going to be a problem, and you begin to do something about it. It's not enough to apologize to people that there's no power or to explain why there's no power. I remember once I was in Ghana, I think about 46 Nigerians who went for a conference, we were checking into a hotel, and we're signing in our names and so on. And we had the announcement on radio that power was to be taken this section for 1 hour, this section for 2 hours, the other section 3 hours, and all of us burst out laughing. So the men checking us in, the tellers checking us in, didn't get the joke. They didn't, what will make all of us laugh at the same time is because our minds went back to Nigeria. It was obvious that we were lagging behind. And so that is one point. Also, even the pipelines that will lose a lot of things. Artificial intelligence will be deployed to see pressure points. In fact, all these things we talk about, vandalization, there are things that with drones, with artificial intelligence, with monitoring systems, with sensors and intelligence systems built around, we can easily detect and even kind of have avoidance of the damage that is happening today. So it's a rich area, but I can also tell you that there are some Nigerian, how do I refer to them now? Agencies that are already funding things in this area. I'm aware of that, although they are still at the rudimentary stage. They are funding researchers. Some researchers have been given money to see how the integrity of the pipelines can be maintained and so on like that, using artificial intelligence. But that's where we are.
Prof, for giving us this rich information. I come back to Engineer Oyeleke. I'm just thinking from the energy sector that Prof spoke about. One of the things we also advocate in energy use is energy conservation. We waste so much resources. So if we're able to conserve some of these resources, maybe we don't need to extract new resources. I take, for instance, how artificial intelligence can be deployed. For instance, if you go to some standard hotels or airports, there are sensors everywhere. So that when you go to the toilet, the time you are entering, you see the lights just come off because it's helping you to save the energy. How do we deploy sensors in terms of gadgets and technology to conserve? We know we don't have enough of these, and the little we have, we're also wasting it. So don't you think that using artificial intelligence and robotics can also help us to save the little resources that we have? So in which areas can we deploy immediately? I just mentioned energy. You use solar inverter system. You know, in the daytime, you have more than 100% charge, or in the night, the power drops. So how are you able to use even some sensors to control the energy to be used in the night and in the daytime and things like that? I don't think robotics and artificial intelligence should actually be like rocket science. More has to do with application to solving our problems. So which area do you see as the greatest need? I just mentioned
I think you've raised a very good point. I have firsthand information on this because at the Pinnacles Resource Center, we have deployed a solar system, which has been very, very, very beneficial for us. And it has this IoT system. So from my Lagos office, we can actually see what the usage pattern is like. And at times when we notice an abnormal incident, we ask ourselves, hey, what's going on? What happened today and all that? So that information has been extremely, extremely beneficial for us. We've been able to understand our usage pattern. And something that happened again when we were trying to commission the system was that we noticed that the three phases we have, we noticed that one of the phases was always, overloaded, at night. So when we look at our monitor, we're able to check the voltage. We say, what's going on? This place seems to be consuming a lot more power, stressing the batteries, while the other phases are maybe 40% load usage. This one is on 90%. So we were able to quickly correct that. And we told the contractor that, look, we need to do a bit more load balancing, So that was that remote monitoring using IoT was extremely beneficial. It really made us to understand our consumption pattern and the load that were really taking a lot of the load. So that was very, very beneficial to us. And yeah, that's very, very beneficial to us. Then also, like I remember Prof was talking about the oil and gas industry. And I think the technology for IoT has really, really moved forward in that sector, especially when you look at the security threats and all that. And there's a lot of remote monitoring now. I was watching on the news some time ago that Saudi Arabia has this control center for everything that goes on in Saudi. All their oil wells are controlled remotely just from that central hub where they are. And they spent so much money on that, but it was obvious that they are reaping the benefits now. So at any point in time, they could see which wells are firing, which area, which problems are there, and so the human deployment was a bit less, and also the risks, especially in Nigeria, where I mean, if you go to, if you are conversant with the oil industry and all that, the security risks are there. So you don't just want to be putting people at risk when you can monitor those facilities remotely. So I think the benefits in those areas are absolutely, spot on. It makes a lot of sense, and that monitoring is very, very important. I'm sure it can also be applied to electricity as well, transmission lines where you sit down and you invest a lot of money on the control center. The control center is there, and you see people monitoring the system 24/7. And then it's only when there's a problem that you now risk, say, okay, let's send people here and see what is going on. It's really very important, But my only concern again here is that I've just noticed that, when it comes to this technology deployment and all that, it doesn't come free. So like the Internet of Things on the solar systems, you notice that when you now want to buy a new system, these things are priced into it. It doesn't come cheap. And then there's now this issue that people don't like, people don't like selling things one-off. Almost everything now is based on subscription. You want to buy your electronic door system where you want to monitor people going in and out, and you say, okay, let me buy. No, don't buy. It's a yearly subscription you should pay. So it ties you down, and you become a bit more vulnerable. So yeah, the technology is there, but these guys, they know the value they are adding. So and they price it into this thing. So that's just an aspect that we shouldn't lose sight of. Technology is useful, but the guys that are doing it, that are running these softwares, are not foolish as well. So they look at the value they are bringing in, and they make sure that when they get you to subscribe to these systems and they are now conversant to it, then your subscription and all that, starts, so yeah, I think homegrown technology may be also something that we shouldn't lose sight of. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now you're making always happy listening to you, your depth of wisdom in the way you analyze issues. I come back to Prof. You are a stakeholder in the university system. And one of the things we learned earlier this morning is that our university are not frontline university. They still teach things that such that when the graduates leave the university, they don't find relevance again in the system. They come with the idea to solve a problem. After 4 years or 5 years, they graduate. That problem has shifted. It's the frontiers of solving the problem has shifted. So they are not able to solve the problems that they thought they would be able to solve by the time they are graduating. One of the examples that was given is that people who come to study mathematics, physics, science, by the time they graduate, they end up in the bank, they end up in commercial things because they don't see how they can practice what they have learned in school. How do you think the university, the knowledge center, can assist to mainstream? Because we have also learned today that whatever you study, you can actually mainstream robotics and artificial intelligence. If you are, for instance, you study physiotherapy and there's a fracture, and you can develop 3D print 3D equipment that can face into the bone or help you to straighten the bones and things like that. So it is limitless space. So how do you think the university can be so receptive to this, knowing fully well that it's difficult to develop curriculum to do anything in the university system and all that? So do you think we need to have some centers, also having centers, also a problem in the university? How do we resolve this issue so that our graduates are relevant by the time they get out of the system? And maybe recently, the UK also said that Nigerian graduates, I don't know what they say is wrong with them, they are not competent enough. Do you think, how do we produce graduates for the future and robotics and artificial intelligence for the future? How do we have people in arts looking at application of robotics and artificial intelligence in what they do? I know when you make a phone call, the person is not around. You say the person you are trying to call is not available at the moment. That is intelligence. That is artificial intelligence. So, and somebody's voice has been captured to do that. But if it's a voice that has accent, the person will not understand this type of thing. How do we have a homegrown technology that takes care of our own environment to be able to solve our problem? Because until we are able to do that, I don't think we are ready for development.
Well, thank you, Dr. Olaide. On the nicer note, since you mentioned the phone, I remember this joke, even though it was a true story. When the GSM initially came, and there was this voice that tells you, please hold on, please hold on. And you know the lady's voice, and the person on the other side was saying, yes, ma, yes, ma, yes, ma. So they please hold on. So that's where we are. Just like you nailed it, that's artificial intelligence. You type, you start typing, you have predictive text, you are being studied for your likes, dislikes, common things and so on. That's the way to go. Now, as to how do we deal with the educational problem, I will look at two ways. One, let's have more application and less theory. We have too much theory in our curriculum. Too much theory and very little, in fact, sometimes zero application. And so that is why you score 98%, but you've never seen anything relating to all the problems you solve theoretically in exam and so on. Now, I had this experience when we were negotiating to have a program with University of West of England, and we had to, those of us who represented the university had to sit in classes. And what we found was that, yes, you get a little bit of theory, but once you finish the theory, you go into applications with people from industry. And that's something we need to begin to use. But you see, in the Nigerian system, they probably tell you the man from industry doesn't have a PhD, so he's not qualified to teach at the university level. But that's somebody with 25 years of living and solving problems on a daily basis. And those are people who bring the industry, or at least reality, into the classroom. So the first issue is, let's bring more reality into the classroom. Number two, let's have more interactions between, you see, these disciplines, and I always say this, knowledge is one. There's no physics, there's no chemistry. If you fall down, it's not just physics acting on you, because momentum must be preserved somehow. Mass and velocity, all that. There's chemistry too. There's biology too. So the idea of this is chemistry, this is physics, this is okay. Maybe because our brains are limited in capacity as to what they can absorb and deal with, we need to have those compartments. But let's begin to look at knowledge as one. And let me give this example. When I was director of MIS, we needed to design, redesign the university website. So we put a couple of students together, and you won't believe it. the most proficient student in that group was from philosophy. Philosophy. We had engineering, we had computer science, we had physics, all over, but the most proficient was philosophy. And in fact, recently, he got his PhD from, well, not recently, last year or 2 years ago now. He got his PhD from King's College London. He's away now. But that's just to tell you that knowledge, if you apply yourself, you can pick it up. And the other thing is that, I've spoken of two things now, which is more applications. Let's also interact, collaborate, cooperate, go across the divisions and the compartments. And then the third one is that let's have more of self-learning. You see, there's no point taking a lecture of 4 hours and not having 8 hours of your own time to explore. And one good thing today is the YouTube, that virtually everything you want on any subject, at least the preliminaries, you can get freely for 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, freely, apart from the educational ones that you have to pay something for self-learning. So if we have these three things, and we also have more money, and we also have more challenges while in school, you will discover that most of the problems you meet in real life, you would have solved even before you begin to swim in the river of whatever you're practicing. So this will be the way to go if we are going to make any difference. Now, you may ask me, since we are not doing this, how come some of our students go abroad and still do very well, come out with distinctions and top the class? It's simple. They put in a lot of self-effort, a lot of self-effort. If you see the CV of students nowadays, the certifications they already have, all the things they've immersed themselves in, volunteering and so on like that, it's quite amazing. But you see, the lazy students who are not thinking of a future, who just want to let my people go, let me get out, get a degree, and let's see what I can do. You will not find anything to do if you cannot bring a value to the table. So let's teach these graduates to bring value to the table, offer the employers value, and they will snap you up. And then your degree specialization should stop being a hindrance. That's my view.
Thank you very much, Prof, for giving us those three highlights. You said that we should, for a university of the future, we should have less of theory, more of practical. We should collaborate more with industries, and we should encourage more of self-learning. Actually, in one of the interactions earlier today, we're wondering, why should students go to the university to stay for 4 years? Can't it be 2 years? I think there's something that expected the student to know after a period of time. The time can be shortened, okay? And the people can be released. Then there will be less of disruption in the system, and they will be able to, for instance, somebody wants to stay for 4 years in the university. There are disruptions every year. But if you're going to stay in the university for 2 years, and you are likely to experience only one disruption. But if you are staying for 4 years, you are likely to have the frequency of the disruption. Maybe that is another thinking for university of the future, because we are talking about the future here. How can we do better?
Can I just say something? Yeah, I just want to say something on that. You see, what the future holds will not be a BSc in electrical and electronics, MSc in architecture. It's going to be targeted. That's the future. More now that anything and everything can be done online. So what you are going to have is kind of specializing in knowledge at a rudiment level that you choose. So your 4 years can be reduced to 1 year of specializing in this thing, and you go and market yourself, get a job, and earn money. You don't need 4 years to do that. That's what the future is coming to. Because what people want to pay for is not the 4 years you spend learning, is the value you can bring to the table, I mean, to the workforce that you can impact. And everybody has, you know, a view to impact, and everybody has some talent that needs to be honed. So much later, as we will find out, people will not stay too much in school to learn. They will pick up skills and go and market themselves, get a job, keep working. If you need new skills, you go and pick up new skills. And those skills are always there to be picked up from the numerous, almost a bottomless pit of applications and educational facilities that are online today. So that's where the future is going. So the universities as we know them will become obsolete. Certificates themselves will become, certificates as we know them today, as named and renamed, will become obsolete also. And what you have is what we can call a la carte, where just like you go to a restaurant and you say, I want a little bit of beans, a little bit of fish, a little bit of potatoes, and so on. So it will be up to you to configure the skill set that you need because there's a market for it. So it will be market driven and not just a static system that we're forced to run today. That's what I think.
If I can just add also, if I can
Yes,
also
Prof.
just say
Engineer,
something
it's
on
getting
that.
more exciting.
Yeah, just to add to what Prof said. We opened the Pinnacles Resource about 7 months ago. And, the part of what we do there is training. And there was this, discussion as to, what sort of trainings we want to run within the facility. So what Prof just, mentioned now really was something that we discussed extensively. And we've been running this center now for 6 months. And yeah, we've been running courses like last week, or I think about 2 weeks ago, we ran a program on photography, and it was so exciting. There was a video that went viral after that about a guy that took an old drummer and made so much money out of it.
Yeah.
You saw it.
I saw that.
It just shows you that those skills. So we run a program of photography on drone piloting. Next week we are running one on graphic design. We are doing one on PowerPoint presentation. I think we did something on a couple of things on agriculture as well. So just like Prof said, these are like 2-week, 1-week programs. But we found out that they are very beneficial. There are friends of ours that say, "Oh, look, my son is, is on holiday now. Please, I don't know if he can run for this program." So even we are trying to do things on even things like on Yoruba culture and little things like that. That we feel that soft skills, that we think that people look forward to. So we foresaw that the educational sector has been disrupted or will be disrupted. So we invested on video conferencing, remote learning and all that, and because we felt that that looks like where the future may be going to. So it's a disrupted space, I think, like Prof mentioned. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, sirs. We just want to allow the audience here to have the opportunity to also ask you questions. We have somebody, just introduce yourself and your question, sir.
Yes, my name is Godfrey. Sir, you spoke about the time that you had spent in the university. I think I have your own university in Nigeria, but politicians are rushing to university. That university is 2 years. After 2 years, you are holding your degree. I think you are studying law at Abuja. So I don't know, but that university is a private university. So I want to ask that since you are talking about the engineering or can't private people who want to do, can't they also be doing that so that people can be study for teaching.
To respond to that, please. Or we take one more question, then we take two. It's asking, because we have raised the scale, or I mean, the standard, that why do we have to go to university to study for 4 years? When practically we can collapse into 2 years. So it's saying why our public university not doing that, because there's already a private university in Abuja that is offering 2 years to have some degree. But I don't know whether that's a degree or just a certificate anyway. We need to be sure. But for the future, we know that this time can be shortened. All right. Somebody.
Okay. You want it answered or to wait? You
can answer now. You can answer now.
Let me say that what I suspect he's talking about is probably a certificate, a proficiency certificate in a particular area, which is what I talked about, really. That you see, most of the degrees, certificates we have to be accredited. And in accreditation, you are talking of breadth and depth, both breadth and depth. That's why it takes 4 years. And for engineering, it takes 5 years. And for medicine, I think 6, and so on like that. So, but the question then is, do you need the knowledge gleaned or gained in those 4 years? And I tell you, in most instances, no. In fact, the half-life of an engineer many years ago used to be like 5 years. That is, in 5 years, you forget half of what you know. In another 5 years, you probably forget another half. So in 10 years, if you don't self-learn, self-supervise, self-motivate, you just know maybe 20% of what you got in school and may only apply about 1% of what you know. Just like computers. We all buy computers. I'm yet to see somebody who is using 10% of the potential in what they have purchased, even after 10 years. So that's what the world is coming into. There's a heavy competition. You know, the competitive edge is sought by every nation, every company, every enterprise. So the question employers will be asking is, who can deliver in the shortest time? And who can deliver in the shortest time, put another way, is who has the skill to apply now. We don't care if he's a Yoruba graduate who is going to do, if they can deliver and let's make the money. Because as Engineer Yeleke said, at the end of the day, it's the bottom line. If you don't have money, you can't fund tomorrow. And if tomorrow doesn't come, you are dead. So the more we begin to live with the life that is come before us, and you know, there's the story of the frog put in a jar and then being heated up slowly. It was dancing and swimming. The water was getting hotter. It never got to a point where it would jump out of, because it was slow and steady, but deadly. And that's the situation we find ourselves. We are reversing backwards, and the earlier we put a step on the brakes and begin to do a forward motion, the better for everybody.
Thank you very much, Prof. We have one more question in the hall. Yes, let's take it, please.
Everyone, thank you for the session. My name is Jim. I have a question. You said something about practitioners in the industry, so that people are not just learning theory, but they are actually getting the practice. Now, my question is, how do we do that bridge? How do we do that collaboration between the higher institutions and the industry? especially considering the fact that there is some sort of classism in Nigeria where even the industry practitioners, they sometimes, even when they are given the opportunity, really avail themselves to be available to the undergraduate or the students. And on the other hand, even when there is some sort of arrangement for the undergraduate students to go to these companies and practice, maybe as a result of internship or something, most times they are even rejected. So how can this partnership or collaboration be strategic?
The last question from the audience, Prof. And engineer, you can respond to it. Then we have closing remarks and close.
Okay, maybe.
Over to you, sir.
Well, the little I had, because there was a lot of echo, if I'm correct, he's talking of how do we do less of the theory, more of the practice, and how do we relate to industry? Am I correct? If that's a summary, yeah, okay. Now, you see, the reason the industry rejects students is out of ignorance. I mean, that's my view. You see, because a student who comes with bubbling ideas, fresh mind, not yet fatigued, will come into a workplace and see many of your things wrong with it. You know, young mind, fresh mind, ideas bubbling. So these are assets. These are supposed to be assets, you know, to the enterprise. But because some people don't want their rivals to know how they mix this, or what workflow they have, or what process they adopt, or what copyright, you know, they reject these students. And what they're rejecting is progress, and they're rejecting the future too. So what I would suggest is that the ITF be given some fillip. I mean, it's there, but virtually today you have to search for jobs, to even do internship and so on. So there's a need to overhaul the internship programs, and there's a need to fund it, like, is it MP Power, you know, some of those programs that are up now. There's a need to fund, that is, the government will invest in the internship program, you know, deliberately, so that the organizations will see the benefit coming out of it, because for the good of all. You see students making a drastic change. We've had a case where students went to a company and, you know, did a complete relocation of machines and so on, and they brought down cost. I mean, those are just students, and they were employed. They were employed straight away. Youth Corps employment, they rose to the ranks to head some of the departments. So the sky is the limit, but as long as you cover your problem, it never gets solved. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. And if it doesn't get solved for you, it doesn't get solved for society, the whole country suffers. So there's a need for a deliberate plan. And what I mean by applications is not all in the industry. What I mean is, sometimes get a problem, then map the practical aspect of it, so that the student knows why the theory. You know, sometimes we take these theories without knowing why, how, and a couple of other things. So it's just the rudiments, like many of the other societies do. And that is why you have kids playing around with, you know, things very early so that they learn the ropes. Thank you. I think Engineer Oyeleke want to say.
Yes, engineer Oyeleke, you want to add to what?
Yes, I'll just add a few things. I remember that when I was in Shell, they had this program that they call, I think it was SITP, where, you know, fresh graduates were now taken through, I think, a 1 year, or I think it's a 1 year or 2 year intensive training program. You know, and I reckon that the justification was for that program was also the fact that, look, these guys are not, in quotes, job ready, or, you know, so they had to go through this program. I think Dangote is also doing something like that. I came across an advert recently in the papers where they said, okay, they're looking for young graduates. So I think in this particular case, I think the horse has bolted, really. You know, most of the construction companies, Julius Berger and a couple of other ones, I'm sure they go through this school after school, if you like, so they look at the graduates and they say, okay, fine, let's look for people that have the aptitude, that are still, and then they take them through that program to make sure that they are industry or job ready. Let me put it that way. And I think some of the programs even have quite a high failure rate. I don't know, but yeah, I think the horse has bolted. Quite a lot of companies are already doing this school after school sort of thing, So, and I recall that one of my previous projects, when when there was a requirement that, okay, we want an engineer that is current certified, blah 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 blah. I won't mention the name of the construction company, but one of these big construction companies, and they looked at us and said, hey, they are not interested in all this code. And we said, well, sorry, it's a contract requirement. And it became a bit obvious to us at a point that, well, okay, if you want a current required engineer we will get you one. But we have somebody that has no current, just has a basic HND. The guy's been working with us for a few years, and the guy knows his stuff. You could see the language from what they were saying. And yeah, I came across this guy really. He doesn't have a current, he doesn't have this thing. And really, the guy is really quite good, So yeah, it's the reality of our times, I guess. It's just something it's a challenge to confront, but the horse has bolted really. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sirs. We also appreciate our online audiences. We are running live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and of course via Zoom. And we are also here on site at the University of Ibadan Conference Center. Ladies and gentlemen, that's about what we have for this session. We are rounding off now. I will just want to thank you for staying with us from 9 p.m. thereabout that we started this morning. And tomorrow is another day. Today we had Robotics for Sustainability Partnership event. Tomorrow we start with Circular Economy, Circularity Africa Conference, which runs tomorrow and Thursday. Then Friday we will have Circularity Talk. If we still do have any questions, don't hesitate to contact us or at imagesinitiative@gmail.com or check we are also on WhatsApp. Check our website, imagesinitiatives.org. We'll be happy to have your feedback. Today let me try to recap in 1 minute. So we had different sections. We have practical demonstration. We had keynotes from our speaker. We launched our platform that we call Africa Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Network. This network will be a movement, as the Grand Patron told us. He wanted it to be a movement, and we promised that it will be a movement, telling us, there are many abuses about robotics and artificial intelligence. We want to do things right. When we are introducing new things to the society, many people don't know how to use it correctly. So just as Prof said, most of the gadgets we have, we hardly use 10% of those functions of the gadget. We want to see how we can deploy technology in the right way in the continent, starting with Nigeria, the largest economy in the continent. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you. Prof, again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining on time. Maybe if you are joined at 4 o'clock, we won't have had this session.
Yeah, that's good.
But again, that is the beauty of engineers. Engineer, or Prof is an engineer, so I can say engineer professor and engineer Olindike. Thank you for what you do and encouraging the younger generation to see the future even from today. So on behalf of everybody at Images Initiative, we thank you, and you are free to join us online tomorrow and Thursday for other events on circular economy. On behalf of all of us in the room, we want to say thank you and have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Bye. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are done for today. I think we have been able to save